Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. I'm live right now. Please, right? Okay, I need like thumbs up, and this time I will actually pay attention to thumbs up that audio and video is okay. Please let me know in the SandBox that you are seeing me. Oh, and I know there's a bit of a delay, but I'm not going to continue until I get some absolute confirmation that I am live. For those of you who don't know, last Tuesday I did a live stream. That was a little out of sorts for me, you know, odd time. Wanted to start early at 5 p.m. Eastern. And I got everything ready, but I rushed. I was rushing to get everything done. And I missed a couple steps. Very, very, very important steps. Because I started live streaming and I was going good. And then about an hour and a half later, I finally clued into the fact I hadn't hit the go live button. Okay, I see that people are saying that they actually are acknowledging me this time. Because that was embarrassing. But you see, I stream through OBS, and OBS has this nice little feature that I can record this while I'm streaming, which I tend to do. And that was very fortunate that I did that because I still had the hour and a half worth of content that I had made. And I posted it as a video. Kind of embarrassing. Get it, got it, good. But yeah, no, it was a day. I had a day. Do I not have? I have to open up something. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Open. I should have had this ready. No, close that. File, open recent. There we go. So that I can then do this. do this. One of these days, this process will be faster. One of these days. One of these days. So, you got. There we go. There we go. One of these days, this process will be faster. when I like upgrade, and like get like a StreamYards account, you know, and it won't take so long to be like, thank you so much, 56 Nick Rich, for the $2 super chat. Got to start the fun early. Thanks, Sandy White. Thank you. I super appreciate the support. So far in the sandbox, we have Morbius, 56 Nick Rich, Diamond Weight Loss saying hi, right of the box. Yeah, I get where you're going with that. Big Jerry, B-Cat saying that she spammed the VG chat to let them know that I'm live. Super appreciate it. Boku, welcome. Reference frame. Hermeteorologist, welcome, everyone. Yeah, okay, lots of thumbs up. Everyone knows I'm live. Great, good, got it, go. John Davis, holy crap, you're live. It took so long for me to finally clue in that the reason why people weren't responding to my request to give me the thumbs up was because I wasn't live versus I was just down on myself thinking nobody was watching. Because you all know about the dream I had about my first live stream. I was very anxious about starting this whole live streaming process. And so before my first live stream, I had a nightmare that there was like -3 viewers. I don't even know how that would work, but that's the dream. That's the dream that I had. Hello, Wild West. Center of the box where the turds are. I think the center of the box would be the kitty litter box. So I'm more or less recovered from my cold, but I still get into, you know, I have a bit of what's that word? Lingering cough. That's it. So I still might go into like a coughing fit every now and then, but like I can, like to me, my voice doesn't sound quite like me yet. And some days are better than other days, but you know, I can sleep, so that's good. I might wake up over the night with like 1 or 2 coughing fits, but one night I slept entirely through without a single coughing fit. So it's improving. It's improving. And I'm hoping to be like completely over it sometime soon. But yeah. No, this is going to make the live stream much more pleasant for me, being able to actually interact with people. Oh, but yeah, I've been working on the TYT essay, getting some good work in on that. It's such a big process because a lot of it is just figuring out like, okay, so I have these clips, I really want to use them, but it's the order of operations. Where do they fit in best? Because I had a couple clips about Dr. Phil. Yeah, and it's not like it's long. It's only going to add like 2-3 minutes to the video. But it's like, do I add it with, you know, the right-wingers they used to hate but are now friends with? Like the biggest example, or being friendly towards and sucking up to, the biggest example being like Tucker Carlson. But then it's like, no, it doesn't quite fit in that area because they were never really against Dr. Phil, but I wanted to add him in just, but then I realized there was another section that I could put him in that made more sense where, you know, Cenk has said, you know, the reason why they can't platform a lot of leftists or push back all that much is they have limited time on air, blah, 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 bullshit. But they make all of this time for right-wingers. And so then I realized, no, that would be the better place for the Dr. Phil clips. So I have that added in, and then again, I'll be so glad when this is over because the longer this takes, the longer the video is going to be because I still click on the TYT live show as much as I can remember anyway, so that if anything pops up, I can go back to the live stream and clip it out. And the thing is that sometimes when I click on it, I come across like, oh, that's interesting that they're doing that. And so in just like a month or less than 2 months, they had Glenn Greenwald on as a guest contributor. Sure. They're running out of people to hit up, I take it. But then I decided to search their archives, and I clicked on a video about Glenn Greenwald, what they said about him just a few years ago. Wow. They were right back then to what they say about him now. Oh, yeah, I'm counting the days until that is done and I can just get it off my plate and move on with my life and focus on things I want to focus on, like my book. But I do want people's opinion in the SandBox, and I'll probably ask again closer to the release dates, which again, I have no idea when the video essay will be ready, but I know it's going to be at a very bare minimum 2 essays. It might be broken into 3, but depending on how long it goes, I might even break it into 4. Now, my original plan was to release the 2 essays on the same weekend. So one on Saturday, one on Sunday, just to kind of get it out and over with and just kind of, put it out there before they put the whole thing out there before anyone has, like Jane Grana has a chance to respond to it. Because I'm anxious about it. I don't want to be like second guessing it. Like if I post it and then they start saying things, I don't want to be second guessing it. Like I want it out there. But if it's getting into many more segments, then I'm wondering, it's like, should I do it in one weekend, or like if it ends up in 3 or 4 video essays, should I do one a week for 4 weeks type thing? So, because the other thing I was thinking is like, even if it's in 3, then I can do like a Saturday, Sunday, Monday drop. But let me know in the SandBox what you think. Do it all in one weekend, put a 1. If you think I should separate it by a week, put a 2. Because the advantage with it being a week separated is that more people might see the original, have time to see the original, so they're watching them in order, which means that every time I premiere one, there might be a larger viewership. But again, to me, the downsides are like, I want it out there. I don't really want a chance for like Jake and Anna to push back on it before it's all out there. I just want to like nuke it, I just want it out. So let me know what you think. So a 1, if it's just like in a bender, I guess you could say, a bender where it's just 1 weekend done, or 1 a week for however many weeks. 1 for a bender, 2 for spacing it out. And let me know what you think. 56 Nick Rich saying anyone that's part of the 47th administration like Dr. Phil or Dr. Oz have lost all credibility. Yeah, a lot of them did not have much credibility to begin with. And part of the Dr. Phil thing that I'm adding in the TYT essay is also a couple of videos that I stumbled across about him. And one is from Legal Eagle. The other one is from Matt Bernstein about the very problematic past of Dr. Phil. So yeah, let me know what you think. Because, yeah, I think you'll all understand when this video essay is out why it's been such a thing. And I know some people are like, oh, well, don't try to be a perfectionist or anything. It's like, I can't. It's not. Look at this drawing. This is how I function in my art. I would never be okay with myself if I didn't put in a certain amount of detail. Does that mean it's going to be perfect in my mind's eye when I'm done with it? No. It will never reach my level of perfection, and I understand that and I accept that. But there's still a bar I want it to be above, and that bar is quite high, so there's going to be an immense amount of detail in it. Okay, so now I'm getting like super paranoid that the last person to comment in the SandBox was a little while ago. Okay, there's a new comment. John Davis saying, if Dr. Phil or Dr. Oz suggested treatment, do the exact opposite. 56 Nitgritch, determining what is best practice to gain viewership on YouTube and other platforms is tricky thing indeed. Patience isn't always a virtue online. And that's, again, that's part of the reason why I'm thinking I should just drop it all in one weekend. Let it out. Let it out. Let it out. Let people enjoy, as opposed to forcing them to wait, because some people like to binge watch. I know I like to binge watch. So sometimes when there's a series of something, I like to wait until it's all out before I watch the whole thing. So maybe that's an argument for doing the bender, and dropping it all in one weekend. Oh, but yeah, today I have a lot to cover. Of course, you know what is happening in the Middle East. I'm worried. I'm so worried. I feel like, you know, the adults that were in the room, the first Trump administration, just simply aren't there anymore. And the worst case scenarios can actually happen. And I'm worried. Like, I need to go to the grocery store to pick up cat food. And I'm wondering, like, should I stock up on it? You know, spend more money than I want to right now, just to make sure I have cat food in case the world comes to an end, you know? Oh, the Wild West. Yeah, make a big one like H Bomber guy. Okay, if I were to make this all into one video, you're looking at like 8 hours at this point. It's not going to be one video. But one weekend, I could see it happening. Ideally, I want to keep it down to 2 separate video essays. And both of them, I don't know if it's going to be 8 hours. I don't know if it's going to be 6 hours in total. But if I have 2 video essays that are like 3 hours long, okay, I'll keep that into 2 separate ones. But if it gets any longer than that, then you know, as much as even I will watch a 4-hour long live stream if it's on the right topic, I feel like that's too much. That's too much. So John Davis, stock up on everything. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. Toilet paper, food, canned food, rice and beans, and yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried that whenever I go to the grocery store right now, if it's something like toilet paper, buy twice than what I need, like 2 big packages of toilet paper. If it's food items, buy like canned items, buy 6 or so. Like, yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried, super worried about what's happening. So, you know, we'll figure it out. I hate being in this place of, you know, I'm not the praying type, but I feel like I'm in this place of like, we have to pray, you know, for the best, that we're putting our lives in the hands of actual lunatics. I'm just like, okay. There we go. There we go. Thank you so much, 56 Nick Ridge, for another $2 super chat. Kitty treats. A few at least. Why? Thank you. Super appreciate it. Yeah, I just... When you're living with poverty, things are already tight as is. It's just the thought of having to stockpile things. Who knows how long it would go on. Though oddly enough, because I'm already in the system, like on disability, I might have more security than a lot of people, because my paycheck, as meager as it is consistent. So unless things get so bad that the government is like, okay, we're no longer doing any sort of social services, then I at least have something coming in. The issue will be is the skyrocketing costs of everything I won't be able to handle. But there's going to be a lot of people out there that might just lose their jobs and stuff and have zero, like nothing, absolutely nothing to fall back on. And I worry about those people too. Hello, Silas. The Wild Weds, definitely get some water or fill up on some bottles with tap. Yeah. No, fill up as much as you can. Just have backups, have more than what you need. That's all I can say. I don't want to think about that, but we're going to get into some pretty dark news. I guess we're going to be thinking about that. I need to stock up on coffee. Instant coffee, maybe. Oh, coffee and Diet Coke. The thing is that Diet Coke actually does have a shelf life. A lot of people don't know that, but it can expire even while it's in the can and stuff. And drinking Diet Coke that's past its best date, you can tell the difference. It's like Pepsi. So yeah. Anyway, we should probably actually like get into the news and we can chit chat later on about some more stuff. Oh, I so want to share some of the stuff that I've been putting together for let's see if I have a shareable thing on screen of some of the stuff that I've been putting together for maybe. Let's see. Maybe I will do that. Maybe I will do that. The most recent part of my video essay is right here. I see it. Maybe. If I get enough support and love from the super chat, I will show it. I will show the last segment thing that I have here, which is Anna Kasparian, her thoughts on Charlie Kirk, and then how she stuck it to him when she had the chance. When Charlie Kirk was on TYT twice. Yeah, they featured him twice. Like actually on their main show. But she asked some hard-hitting questions. So tough. We'll see. There's a number in my head, and if I reach that number in super chats, I might show it to you guys. I might show it to you. The thing is I'm not one of the type of artists where I'm like, I have to wait till the end to show you everything. I'm more than happy to show like progress things, and I do that with my art too. I show progress. It's just if I'm doing an art piece for someone, then I don't want that particular person to see the final project until it's done, just for wow factor. But with something like this, if I show you like a teeny tiny clip of something that I'm working on, by the time I actually get around to the whole thing, that will be memory hold, and so it will still be brand new. Plus, you're just seeing it in the pre-production phase. So it's kind of like when you see the Marvel movie behind the scenes where you're seeing the green screen and them wearing pajamas with the dots on it. That's the level to what I'd be showing. But maybe if I get enough super chats, I'll show it. Which would be a nice little reprieve from the really shitty news I'm about to cover. See, I'm what's the word? I'm not distracting, it's not mitigating. I'm delaying, but delaying isn't the word that I want. Trying to get to the actual news, because the actual news is pretty fucking bad. Oh, yeah. Reference frame, I once bought a bottle of Sprite from a vending machine in a place in LA. I opened it, took a big gulp. It was foul, looked at it in light and was, ew, brown chips floating in it? Ugh. Clumps, not chips. Chips or clumps both sound bad. Ew. There used to be drinks with like little clumps in it on purpose. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Okay, so yeah, if I get enough super chats, I'll show you a fun little preview of the video essay that I have been working on for over a year. Oh my god. I so can't wait till it's done. Just so that it can be done and I can move on. Fuck, what's the word that was in my head? Procrastinate. I think I'm doing this to procrastinate from talking about the news. Anyway, we should probably do that. Clicked on that, so it should be the right one when I pop this up. Yep, here we go. Need to get a lozenge in my mouth. Sorry. It's just normally I don't talk like this to myself when it's just by me, when I'm alone. I don't tend to talk like this out loud. So sometimes I don't know how well my voice is going to handle it until I start doing it. And it's pretty dry in here. So I haven't seen this clip yet, but the preview of it, the problem with Iran is it spends too much money on weapons and missiles instead of improving life for their people. Self-awareness of a potato. I feel it. I feel this. And so I want to see, is it as absolutely bad as this person makes it sound like it's going to be? Let's see. Let's see. Pete Hegsig, who definitely wants this war to happen.
To that point on capabilities, Iran is an energy-rich country, could be, should be. Instead, like so many other places.
Maybe if there weren't so many sanctions and crackdowns on Iran, then they would be.
This is driven by a radical ideology. They've spent that money.
Iran driven by a radical ideology? True. So is the United States. Anyway, I keep on interrupting this. Let's go back.
Many other places driven by a radical ideology. They've spent that money instead of investing in their people. That's why you had millions of Iranians protesting, because they felt like their quality of life didn't match what it could be or should be.
That's not why they were protesting. They were protesting because the regime was very oppressive and killed people for protesting, or people for, going against the rule of their extremism. It's not so much the quality of life, it was the oppressive nature of the government. Yeah.
And what was the Iranian state? There's a reason we call Iran the #1 state sponsor of terrorism.
Okay, I know we're not even 30 seconds through this, and this is like the 10th time I've clicked it to pause, but other than its own people, who was Iran terrorizing? Now, including their own people, who is the United States terrorizing right now? I have something on Cuba that we'll be talking about in a little bit. So Cuba, Greenland, Canada, Venezuela, most of South America, most of the Middle East. I would say the #1 terror state in the world right now is the United States. My opinion.
They took the money they make and they invest it in tunnels, and they invested in missiles, and they invested in launchers and UAVs, and we are destroying and degrading that.
Isn't that what the United States did? Invest all their money into the military and Elon Musk's tunnels? I'm pretty sure.
Creating that in historic proportions, but it doesn't mean they won't still have some and try to hold people at issue, which is why we're fighting every single day to continue to compel. And you mentioned embassies and consulates. Unlike previous administrations, we are doubling and tripling down on ensuring that our people, regardless of their Department of War, Department of State, whatever they do, are secure in those facilities. And the best defense is a good offense. And so we're not afraid to go after and kill anybody, and we have a lot of them attempting to target our.
Kind of makes you a terror state, doesn't it?
Our diplomatic facilities. Iran, we're not surprised that they would indiscriminately target, and we're still seeing that.
They've been more, what's the word? Not reserved. They've been more level-headed in who they target. There's a word in my head. Fuck. Apparently, I'm not over the cold yet. They've been more measured. Didn't even begin with an R. They've been more measured in who they target than the United States. The United States, who hit a school of children on the first day of their attack that they instigated against Iran. Iran has been far, far more measured in their targets and their responses, because the United States tried this a while ago, and because Iran didn't overreact and because they stay measured, we didn't have this war a while ago. But you can't keep on doing this to Iran, to another state, without seeing that find out phase come and hit you back. I saw this and I'm just like, I fell over from secondhand cringe. So Owen Jones just quote tweeting this. You mean when Japan launched a surprise attack, lost the war, paid a terrible cost, and ended its status as a military superpower? And what he's responding to is Asen, who tweeted out this clip when a reporter is asking Trump, like, why didn't you tell the allies before attacking Iran? If you're a world leader at this point and you agree to go in front of cameras with this man, okay, you kind of deserve it. You know at this point that Trump is going to say some fucked up shit about your country or another country or history or something in your presence. And so I don't know if you have to practice your game face before you go on, but just once, I want to see a world leader correct him in the moment. To be like, wow, that was a fucked up thing to say that you just said. This is kind of mind-blowing.
Of course, no, Japan and US are very good friends. But one question, why didn't you tell US allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So,
how's the volume for you guys? It's sounding pretty low in my ear hole. But I'm not... My volume extension isn't in my browser. Stupid updates must have deleted it. How dare they? Some extensions are disabled. Yeah, you don't say. What? Oh, come on. I just clicked on their screen and it says that my sound extension violates Firefox's policies and has been disabled? I'll have to look at that later. So unfortunately at this time, I won't be able to fix the volume for you if it's not loud enough. If it's too loud, most things I can lower the volume on, but I can't make it any louder, unfortunately. Anyway, so yeah, just reporter asking Donald Trump, why didn't you warn the allies that you were about to initiate the end of the world?
we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay?
Go ahead and make that bigger, just so you see her face there. That is some awkward stuff. I was like, oh shit, did he just say what I think he said? And you're like, huh, Japan didn't warn its allies about Pearl Harbor. You do know who the allies were to Japan for Pearl Harbor. That would be the Nazis. So, you know, why didn't Trump warn the Nazis that they were about to... Yeah, it's a bad analogy on so many different levels, but yeah. How does any world leader with any modicum of self-respect these days sit next to him on this god-awful stage? My God. Look at the background. Everything covered in like gold foil. with oversized chairs and ugh, gold tie, it's like the whole aesthetic is ugly.
Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay, right? You know, he's asking me, do you believe?
And why didn't you tell me about it? Who I don't think he was. They said it on the Majority Report and they did the time math. I don't think he was even born then, despite how old he is. Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? You see, I think what happened is somebody just told him to watch the movie Pearl Harbor, and he thinks that happened like a little while ago, like maybe right before his administration or during his administration. It could be he thinks Pearl Harbor happened during his administration because somebody said, check out this movie on Netflix. Why didn't they tell me about this? That is now my theory, that he thinks it happened recently.
I believe in surprise, I think much more so than us. And we had to surprise him, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what and much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody.
Yeah, they actually did kill all the people they were hoping to replace the regime with.
About it, there's no longer a surprise, right? Okay, one.
Yeah, what a wonderful surprise, hitting a school of children. What a fucking lunatic. And again, just the war crimes Israel is getting away with, and we'll get into some of the media coverage and how our politicians are talking about this, but we already know in Gaza, if you're paying attention to leftist content, that journalists have been targeted. Over 200 have been killed in Gaza, more so than like all other conflicts combined. And so here's an instance of it being caught live on tape of Israel targeting a journalist. The journalist survives. Him and his cameraman survive. But they caught it. So Owen Jones just quote tweeting this out, another outrageous Israeli attack on journalists.
Along the border, including the Al-Marj outpost opposite Merkabah, and carried out drone strikes on the Al-Raheb site near Aitar al-Shab. Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
That was so close. So you see, he kind of, I think, hears it. But look at how close that is to him. And then you see these things flying in the sky, falling down on, those are rocks. Like, if you get hit in the head with one of those, but where's the condemnation? We'll get into how Anita Anand is busy condemning everything but Israel's actions. Anyone who's supporting, like any state supporting Israel right now, is supporting war crimes, and all of them need to be held accountable. This is just, like, what do you even say to this when we're catching it in 4K? The war crimes that they are doing. And still the media and the Western powers are just kind of like, yeah, but Iran hit back. Or, but, you know, Hamas has hostages. So, yeah. But like I said, that reporter did survive, and he released a video afterwards. And he says in this tweet, today, Israel tried to kill me in a targeted airstrike in southern Lebanon as I was reporting on the targeting of bridges and the forced displacement of 1 million people, an ethnic cleansing operation on a larger scale than the Nakba. I have absolutely no doubt that this was deliberate, despite claims there were no warnings ahead of a strike on No notification sent to the Lebanese army who allowed us to film. Also, food trucks, paramedics, UN officials, all of those people have also been targeted by Israel while they were in Gaza. No warning was given to their superiors, nothing. They were traveling in areas they thought were supposed to be safe, clear, labels and signs on their vehicles and vests and stuff, and they're still targeted. As we have seen in Gaza, they want to silence journalists who document and report their war crimes. It is the Western powers who provide political and military support for Israel, arming it to the teeth to carry out a genocide in Gaza and ethnic cleansing here in Lebanon. They are not simply complicit, but active participants and should be held accountable for their actions. But if Israel thinks today's strike will silence us and keep us out of the field, they are very mistaken.
I guess so. Yeah, well, you've probably all seen the footage of the airstrike that took place in Sur District as we were reporting on the destruction of a bridge. We've been treated in hospital for our injuries. I had a shrapnel wound in my arm, deeply embedded in the muscle here. That's been taken out, and here it is in this pot here. But what I do want to say is that this was a deliberate, targeted attack on journalists. There's no mistake about it. This was an Israeli precision strike from a fighter jet. What we were doing was we were reporting on the attacks on bridges, which is effectively severing South Lebanon from the rest of the country. 1 million people now internally displaced. This is the real story. It's not about us coming under attack as journalists. What we're seeing now and what we were reporting on is this plan for Israel to ethnically cleanse the south of Lebanon. This is without doubt an attack. This is on the scale or bigger than the scale of the Nakba. This is the forced displacement of 1 million people, which remains a war crime. And also we have to say that attacking journalists is a war crime. Attacking civilian infrastructure is a war crime. But if they think that they're going to silence us, if they think that we're going to stay out of the field, they're very, very much mistaken.
So good on him for not being scared away, because we need reporters on the ground reporting what's happening, letting the world know. Because even individuals who had access to the internet and were, reporting what was happening in Gaza were targeted. People who weren't necessarily reporters but just had big followings on social media were letting the world know what was happening, and they were targeted. But we need people keeping a record of this, because there needs to be consequences for the nations who were complicit in this and who did it, who sent weapons. I want to see the fall of my Canadian government because of this. Like, we'll get into some of what Anita Anand, the foreign affairs minister, is saying, that is just, it is blood boiling. And is so infuriating knowing that Canada is contributing to this by sending weapons to Israel, by supporting Israel, by not covering it fairly, the media, the mainstream media, and how they don't cover it fairly. I just saw a tweet, I think it was from Owen Jones. Maybe I'll pull it up. And part of the reason why I'm so worried right now about, let's see. Yeah, this I just saw, and it kind of made me worried. Owen Jones saying millions of people are carrying on their everyday lives totally unaware of what's about to hit them. If Trump blows up Iran's power stations, Iran will destroy energy infrastructure across the Gulf. This would be one of the major before and after events of human history. Right now, the only things that I can think of about before and after within my living memory would be things like 9/11 or COVID. This would be something on a scale unlike anything we've been witness to. in our nations. There's been other nations that have had severe, like Gaza, before and afters and whatnot. Other nations who've been attacked, lots of African countries that are in war that have before and afters right now as well. But we have lived in relative security in our Western nations pretty much since the Second World War. People don't know how to cope with the level of, what's the word? Disruption this is going to cause, how it's going to affect their lives, how people will die. Like, there was a lot of people here whining and bitching about COVID and the restrictions. What could potentially happen if this keeps on escalating will make COVID just seem like a sneeze and nothing more. Like, it is just, people are not prepared to go without. You see, I'm a little bit more prepared for it because I've been unhoused. I've lived in the shelter system. I know what it's like to go without, and I know how to cope with it. But a lot of people have never been in that situation, have never contemplated that situation, have never known what it's like to have everything taken away from you, to have your choices just stripped away. So many people will not know how to cope with this new world order that Mark Carney has now put that sign up in the window. And so Owen also continues to saying the global shock triggered by looming escalation will have ramifications for generations. Completely insane that we're on the brink of this catastrophe with very little widespread understanding of the actual stakes. Yeah. So, how is Canada dealing with it? Well, a little bit of, we know what we have to say publicly, but what we say privately, it's the whole Hillary Clinton thing, what you say publicly versus what you say privately thing. And it's kind of like the Canadian government is like, we know what we have to say publicly to not really piss off everyone, but we do have an agenda that's in line with supporting Israel and the United States that we can't quite acknowledge because we know how unpopular it is. It's like, yeah, if you know it's so wrong, it's the whole, if you don't ask because you're afraid that they'll say no, maybe it's an indication that you shouldn't be doing whatever you're about to ask for type thing. This isn't a situation where you can just beg for forgiveness afterwards. So this is from CTV News. Foreign Affairs Minister calls for no weaponization of Strait of Hormuz, offers no specifics on Canada's support. So Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand spoke out against the weaponization of the Strait of Hormuz in the face of an ongoing blockade, but offered no specifics on what kind of support Canada is prepared to offer. There should be no weaponization of international shipping lanes and prevention from countries around the world having the resources that they need. Tell me, Anita, what has been your response to the blockade the United States has imposed on Cuba? I'll wait. Just go on. Say that, the embargo, how they've now suffered their third countrywide blackout because they aren't getting the resources that they need due to a blockade put in place by the United States. I'm waiting, Anita. Gonna say anything about that? Gonna do anything about that? Anything? Anand told reporters on a callback or whatever. Anand says blocking the strait violates customary international law. Now it's just customary law, as well as the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. What is this, Poseidon? She said that it's a very important point she's working on with countries in the Gulf region and around the world. However, she would not She would not say specifically what Canada is considering in terms of next steps. U.S. President Donald Trump is growing frustrated. Many allies have so far declined his request for help, reopening the strait as oil prices skyrocket. Yeah. Sorry, just... what's happening in Cuba, it's really... it's not good, and it's just... it's getting so underreported, but an entire island of over 9 million people are now cut off, and I'll be showing something later on that really sets it up that it could be a foreshadowing to something much, much more severe. To our knowledge, a request has not been made to NATO for the type of assistance that is being requested, Anand said in response to a question around U.S. requests for help. Anand is taking part in a series of meetings in Ankara, where she says the situation in the Middle East is at the forefront of discussions. Anand also said she agrees with Prime Minister Mark Carney, who said earlier this month, on its face, the initial strikes by the U.S. and Israel appeared to be inconsistent with international law. Yeah, targeting a school full of children would appear to be inconsistent with international law. I do agree with Prime Minister, and I will say that the focus now is to ensure that Canada continually stands with international legal principles and abides by international law. Anand says she repeated the lines Canadians have heard multiple times from the Prime Minister and other ministers since the conflict began. That Canada wasn't consulted, Canada didn't take part in the military operation, and Canada has no intention to be involved in the offensive military action. Anand said she is working to find paths towards de-escalation and a solution that is focused on preservation of civilian life and civilian infrastructure. She says she has spoken with foreign affairs counterparts about Canadian support, but won't detail what is being considered. Our current conversation with Gulf countries rests on how we can continue to support them, especially in the face of indiscriminate attacks, retaliatory in nature by Iran. She said, Anand, yeah, the indiscriminate attacks, retaliatory in nature by Iran. Are they indiscriminate if they're also retaliatory? And why are she acknowledges that they're retaliatory? What are they retaliatorying against? Anita? Why are there retaliatory attacks from Iran? Why? And if you're wondering, like, what you can do to support these countries is maybe get on the phone with your counterparts in the U.S. and Israel and be like, could you stop? Could you not? And how about we don't send them any more weapons or money? So Anand has not discussed the Strait of Hormuz with her U.S. counterpart, saying she hasn't spoken with Secretary of State Marco Rubio since the start of the U.S. strikes on Iran. February 28th, she plans to see Rubio at the upcoming G7 foreign ministers meeting in Paris next week. You see, that's who you should be connecting with. Yeah. So that was on March 17th. Now, on March 19th, Canada allies say they're ready to help secure Strait of Hormuz, but don't say how. Canada signed a joint statement shortly after it was published. Canada signed, the joint statement by the leaders of 7 countries calling on Iran to immediately cease all attempts to block the Strait of Hormuz to commercial shipping and expressing a readiness to contribute to efforts to reopen the strait. What do you think that would involve? If you want the Strait of Hormuz to be opened, you need to be talking to the United States and Israel. But calling on Iran to stop doing one of the few things that they have leverage on to protect themselves against what the United States and Israel is doing. You're asking them to just stand there and be beaten to death, to not fight back, to not push back, to not punch back, to just, they might as well just string themselves up as a piñata. That's what you're asking Iran to do. And I hate the fact that they're putting it in such a way that it's like, I'm having to defend the state of Iran when, the government of Iran, horrible, oppressive, has killed their civilians, thousands of them, all of that sort of stuff. But don't they have a right to defend themselves the same way Israel does? Does any other nation have a right to defend itself the same way Israel does? And I don't even want any other nation to have the same right that Israel has when it comes to defending themselves, because according to Israel, defending themselves is genocide. So I don't want anyone to be able to have the right to defend themselves if it means genocide. But when it comes to surface matters of self-defense, does Iran not have a right to not be rolled over? So the statement does not say how the countries might help, although Defense Minister David McGuinty said Canada is considering aiding Iran's neighbors if they seek assistance from NATO alliance. Iran has effectively blocked the strait since the United States and Israel launched their attack on the country February 28th. About 1/5 of the world's oil and gas supply normally moves through the strait. The disruption of global energy supply chains constitutes a threat to international peace and security, the joint statement said. This was all avoidable. Blame the United States and Israel. This is where it starts. Like, I would imagine at this point, there might be some very severe terrorist attacks in the United States perpetrated by actors from the Middle East, like Iran. There's been bombings, severe bombings over the past weekend in Israel from Iran that have killed countless numbers of people. I don't blame Iran for it. I blame the United States and Israel. Iran wouldn't have done these things if the United States and Israel hadn't attacked them. Like, if there is a terrorist attack in the United States and it's perpetrated by people in Iran, do I agree with it? Of course not. I don't want to see people hurt. But I blame the government of the United States. So we call for an immediate, comprehensive moratorium on the attacks on civilian infrastructure, including oil and gas installations. And Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East are just saying, we are alarmed by Canada's suggestion that it may join efforts to ensure safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz just days after Trump's request. Recent polling showing us that 58% of Canadians don't support the U.S.-Israeli war. I want to have a conversation with the ones who are like, oh, okay. And 67% want Canada to remain neutral and not choose a side. The public is clearly against Canadian involvement in this war, yet Canadians flirting with the idea of becoming a party to this escalation and illegal conflict. And so this article also came out March 20th, but I think it might be the same. Is this a Canadian Press article? I just saw the other article and I didn't know if it was related to this one or not. CBC News posted. Tell me if it's Canadian Press. So I haven't actually read over this one yet. The federal government has outlined criteria in which Canada would help partners in the Middle East endangered by the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Ottawa has said it's looking to help the Gulf nations and might contribute to efforts to unblock fuel shipments, but hasn't explained what this might involve beyond stressing that it has no intention of joining the U.S. military campaign. Yeah, I'll believe that when it doesn't happen. Any potential support would be guided by the needs on the ground, Canada's legal policy framework, and ongoing consultation with partners, wrote a non-spokeswoman. We remain committed to advancing dialogue, lowering tensions, and ensuring free flow of commerce that underpins a global security. Well, this is one of Anita Anand's messages that she's sending out there, just saying how much she is appalled. Canada is appalled by the Iranian government's execution of a Swedish citizen in Iran. We offer our deepest condolences to the family and express our full solidarity with Sweden. Canada continues to call on the Iranian regime to respect human rights and uphold their responsibilities under international law. I do compare and contrast and be like, so this is the statement she sent out after the United States bombed a school full of children, but it doesn't exist. She didn't send out anything when the United States slaughtered little children. She doesn't send out anything condemning Israel's actions and what they did in Gaza. She hasn't done anything, like any condemnation of what the United States and Israel is doing anywhere in the world. Venezuela, Cuba, Gaza, Iran, Lebanon. But the Iranian government executed a Swedish citizen in Iran. That's worthy of her attention. And Mini Doctors, welcome to the SandBox, and thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. I super appreciate it. Yeah, no, she's not appalled by the Israeli government or the American government, but she's appalled by this one death, this one execution of a Swedish citizen in Iran. She hasn't even said this sort of thing when Israel killed Canadians. She wasn't appalled when that happened, when Canadian peace, like UN workers and things of that sort were killed in Gaza. She wasn't appalled by that. But seriously, if you're not appalled by a school full of children being slaughtered, your moral compass is, as far as I'm concerned, broken. And so here's Lebanon's mounting death toll. Lebanon could have its deadliest month in years of conflict. Most people do not read past the headlines. I do, for what I'm doing on here. Most people do not. It would be helpful if you put in the headline why they're having their deadliest month in years of conflict. Why is that the case? Reuters, you might want to put that in the headline, because most people don't read past it. And so people just see this, and you might want to put in the headline what, because people would actually have to read the article to have any indication of where this is coming from. So, fatalities in Lebanon from political violence? Is that what you're calling it? That's, again, the headline. But here we have, there we go. That's Israel shifts military focus to northern border. You're still not saying directly that Israel is responsible for this. Oh, they just shifted their military focus and killed thousands. Spillover. This is a spillover from U.S.-Israel war in Iran. 666, that's quite the number there. Spillover? Israel. Ethnic cleansing Lebanon and targeting it and bombing it. That's spillover. What happened this week? Lebanon has suffered the deadliest spillover That's all it was. Of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Israeli warplanes have pounded Beirut, hitting apartments in downtown, entire buildings, in strikes that Israel says are targeting Iran-backed Hezbollah, which fired into Israeli territory early in March. As of Thursday, March 19th, Lebanese authorities says Israeli strikes had killed at least 1,000 people and displaced another million across the country. So Israeli strikes are just a little spillover, is it? Like when you fill up your coffee too much and you splash it on your hands, it's a little bit of a spillover. Is that it? This media is fucking disgusting. All of it needs to be shut down. I'm all for journalism, but if this is your journalism, you can go fuck yourself. So here's another statement from Anita Anand, and the Surf's just pointing out the country that's openly threatening to invade us is the one attacking Iran as well. You should look into it, because here's another comment from Anita Anand. Canada condemns in the strongest terms Iranian missile and drones attacks targeting energy facilities across the Gulf region, including the recent strikes on Qatar's Ras Laffan liquefied natural gas complex. Canada is equally appalled by the deliberate targeting of oil and gas infrastructure in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and other Gulf countries. We will continue to engage actively with the Gulf partners and international community and support de-escalations. So you're appalled by the deliberate targeting, are ya? Something like this, maybe? You want to have a comment about this, maybe? The deliberate targeting of this reporter? Maybe it's just not in my algorithms, that this condemnation of what Israel just did right there. Is that it? This deliberate targeting of this journalist? Or the deliberate targeting of that school full of children? Yeah, it says a lot about you with who you condemn and are appalled by. Because that's not it. There's even more. There is more. So Christo Avalos is just quote tweeting her again, saying the only statement that matters is you telling Trump and Netanyahu to end their illegal war. Because here's another statement from her just saying, my G7 counterparts and I condemn in the strongest term Iran's unjustifiable attacks and stand firmly with our partners in the region. As we meet next week at the G7 Foreign Affairs meeting, we will continue to call for immediate and unconditional ceasefire of all attacks, the protection of civilians and critical infrastructure, and reaffirm our commitment to regional stability and energy security and maritime safety. So this is the full statement here. I'm sure in it she calls out Israel. Let's just see. So we condemn in the strongest term the reckless attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure, including energy infrastructure in Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and so on and so on. Yeah, okay. The Iranian regime's unjustifiable attacks against these states, unjustifiable. She did acknowledge earlier that this was retaliation for something. To me, nothing really justifies, slaughtering people and bombs and all that sort of stuff. So, a murder does not justify murdering somebody else. But I can see why they did it. So this also threaten global security. We call for the immediate and unconditional ceasefire of all attacks by the Iranian regime. Yeah, just give up. Let Israel and the United States keep on bombing you, take over your oil and everything, but just give up. That's what you should be doing. It is so sickening that this is what my government is doing. We reaffirm the importance of safeguarding maritime routes, so on and so forth. Okay, I'm pretty sure, does she even mention, she does not even mention the United States or Israel in this. We support the right of countries unjustifiably attacked by Iran or Iranian proxies to defend their territories and protect their civilians. By Iran and military infrastructure, particularly. Okay, yeah. Did not mention the United States or Israel in that, other than it's a joint statement with the United States. The attacks on Iran to begin with were unjustifiable because the whole excuse that they were giving, we need to end their nuclear program. Anita Anand was all about that too. Well, it turns out Iran was not rebuilding nuclear enrichment, U.S. intelligence finds. It's not shocking to people who watch all of this leftist content to know this particular thing, but U.S. intelligence is also now validating it. So U.S. intelligence found Iran wasn't rebuilding nuclear facilities destroyed in the 2025 U.S.-Israeli attack, contradicting Trump's war justification. Trump claimed Iran was an imminent threat and close to a nuclear bomb despite intelligence and ongoing nuclear talk deals. Gabbard stated Iran's regime is largely degraded but intact, unlikely to rebuild its military after attacks, including Kalmari's death. So it concluded that it was not rebuilding nuclear enrichment capabilities that were destroyed. Mr. Trump said after the June 2025 bombings that the U.S. had completely destroyed Iran's nuclear sites, but since his latest war has said that Tehran was weeks away from nuclear bomb, a finding not shared by most observers despite ongoing talks on nuclear deal. Their whole excuse for going to war does not exist. Not shocking to us. I get it. But, when their own intelligence is also saying they weren't a threat. So whenever you see, especially for me, seeing the Canadian officials being like, Iran should not have nuclear weapons. They should, end their nuclear program and stuff. They didn't have any. They weren't working towards it. Because here we have Iran ballistic missile hits Israeli city in terrifying strike near top secret facility that is key to country's atomic weapons program. And so as somebody is pointing out here, excuse me? Did you just say Israel has an undisclosed illegal nuclear weapons program? The very thing they accuse Iran of having? Because it's an open secret that Israel has nuclear weapons. It's an open secret, but it is an illegal nuclear weapons program. And now they're upset. You hit our illegal nuclear weapons program, Iran. How dare you? Because we're trying to stop you from the thing you don't even have. And so this is the article here. Let's just see. So footage of the strike was posted on social media showing the projectile hurtling towards the residential area and exploding in a huge fireball. The Israeli army said that it was a direct hit, missile hit on a building in Demoa, and it was reviewing how the impact happened after video showed intercept trying to and failing to down the missile seconds before impact. Let's see. So the Iranian state TV has claimed the attack was a response to an earlier strike on its own nuclear site at this place, which Israel has denied responsibility for. Iran's Atomic Energy Organization said earlier today that the enrichment complex was targeted this morning, though there was no leakage of radioactive materials, according to a statement carried by local media. The city of Damon is located 13 kilometers from Israelis. Okay, yeah. Research center, a top secret nuclear weapons facility in the desert. Yeah. While Israel says the Damon plant officially focuses on research, it's widely believed to possess the Middle East's sole, if undeclared, nuclear arsenal. The country has never officially confirmed its nuclear power, but it is believed Israel has possessed a significant number of nuclear weapons since the 1960s. Yeah, so where is the country saying, okay, so we need to crack down on Israel and start, looking in, making sure that they don't have a nuclear weapon and all that sort of stuff? Yeah. The double standards. Oh my God. It is just. I don't know how you keep your sanity in this world. Let's just get to the. Okay, that one will be next. So next I'm going to talk a little bit about Cuba and also again about Israel and Gaza. But before I do that, let's check the SandBox. Let's see. Some of those. Okay, I saw the disgusting bottle of Sprite post. Reference frame, trillions to the military industrial complex. He just asked for 200 billion, enough for 2 years of SNAP for the whole country. The Wild West. Remember when the UK and US overthrew Iran's democratically elected leader because they wanted control of the oil? Morbius, I think it's funny that our allies don't want anything to do with this war publicly, because they know it's. I worry that the more involved, like if there's boots on the ground situation from the United States, Canada will get involved. Meteorologist, I think gold is dropping in price, which sucks, probably because Donald Trump is buying all of it. Yeah, flooding the market with it, so to say. Oh, my hair is just weird today. Anyway, 56 next bridge. Carney can't get a fair shake in this. Not a perfect response, but one that will be remembered. It's been bad. The Wild West COVID isn't over. No, it is not. '56 Nick Bridge. Never completely understood, but heard. Thanks, folks. Yeah. If we always accept this, we'd be united in these ideals. It ain't happening. Sorry for my opinion, folks. I can't be silent. Your opinions are fine. We might not agree all the time, but, it all depends on where you're coming from and what you're hoping for. The Wild West, Swedish life more than Canadian life. So a spillover is a wild word to use. Shemagli. It's been a while. Welcome to the SandBox. Israel hit an apartment building. I've been seeing a lot of footage of that, and there was a pretty big bombardment in Israel this weekend. And the Israeli officials were like, look at how barbaric these people are. Look at these buildings. This is the aftermath. They're horrible, horrible, horrible people. And meanwhile, there's footage of them leveling apartment buildings. What do you even say to that? How dare you hit us back? The Wild West, I hate the Ayatollah, but what does anyone expect Iran to do in this situation? Yeah. Shmagli saying the Ayatollah regimes are a direct result of the CIA and MI6 coup in Mossadegh in 1953. Yes, please hit the like and subscribe and share. Hello, Bobby. Welcome to the SandBox. My voice got really dry in here. Still have that lingering cough going on, but hopefully it will clear up soon. Soon. But let's get on. Just want to plow through this horrible news. Let's go here. So here we have Canadians on humanitarian mission in Cuba say residents tired amid blackouts. No, actually, I don't think there's any video of them showing with this one. So, 2 Canadians on a humanitarian mission in Cuba say it's easier for locals to count the number of hours the lights are on than off. And when electricity is flowing, Leon says Cubans can be seen scrambling to get as many tasks done as they can, such as cooking, charging phones, showering, and filling buckets with water. People say I may not get power again for 3 days, so I'm going to do everything that I need to do in this 1 or 2 hour time frame to prepare for the next chunk of time when I'm just going to try to keep going, she said. The founder of a co-director of a nonprofit called One Shared Future, and then the same thing, but that. In Spanish, they say we don't have blackouts, we have lights on because they're more often in the dark than they have electricity. She added Elise, co-director of the nonprofit. The women who live in Kelowna, BC, arrived in Cuba on Friday with 14 suitcases full of medicine, solar equipment, multivitamins, adult diapers, surgical gloves, and menstrual products, among other goods. In an interview from Havana on Saturday, they said the plan to find a driver with an electric car and partner with Cuban-led groups distribute the items across the island over several days. They also plan to buy rice and beans with cash donations for distribution. Some of this is going to hospitals, it's going to women's centers. We have a whole variety of places that we built connections with, she said, who also works at the University of British Columbia. Life in the Caribbean island has been rapidly deteriorating since the U.S. removed Venezuela's leader in January, halting critical petroleum shipments from the nation that had been steadfast ally to Havana. U.S. President Donald Trump has also threatened tariffs on any country selling or supplying Cuba with oil. They have also blocked tankers from getting there from other countries. The island has since been relying on its own natural gas, solar power, and oil to run the thermal electric plants, but hasn't been enough to meet demand. So they say they experienced the dire situation as soon as they landed. There was a power outage at the airport. They heard a flicker and a generator, and the conveyor belt carrying the bags began moving minutes later. Then we had a power outage in the evening when we got to the Airbnb. And then we had another one in the morning, so you can see the frequency. This is a portion of the city about a year ago would maybe get less than a handful of power outages, said one of them, who has made nearly a dozen trips to Cuba for her charity work. The women say they carry all of their 14 suitcases up several flights of stairs because the outage brought a halt to the elevator in the building where they were staying. Many of the nation's 11 million residents are struggling to keep food from spoiling. Hospitals have canceled surgeries. The leading university has reduced classes due to power outages and transportation shutdowns. Trump is demanding in part that Cuba President Miguel leave his position, release political prisoners, and move towards political and economic liberation in return for lifting of sanctions. Yep, another situation of just give up. After Cuba's electric grid collapsed last week, spurring island-wide blackout, Trump told reporters he believes he'd soon have the honor of taking Cuba. I saw that clip. And it sounds like the prima-nocta. Is that how you say it? When the British elites after would go and take a bride on her wedding night to be the first with her against her will. You know, they had that honor, as it was said. It is disgusting language. The honor of taking Cuba. Aid shipments are beginning to arrive at Russian oil delivery expected a month. I think there was another article that I wanted to show. Let me just scooch over here. Do I not have this on news? You shouldn't be seeing that when I hover over it. You are. Oh, that's annoying. Let's see. There we go. That's the one I wanted. So, Cuba suffers third countrywide blackout this month amid U.S. oil blockade. Island has not received foreign shipments of oil in 3 months, Cuban president says. Cuba's power grid collapsed Saturday, leaving the country without electricity for a third time in March as the communist government battles with a decaying infrastructure and a U.S.-imposed blockade. Why did you say communist government? CBC? Why did you put that in there? Does it matter? Does it matter what government Cuba has right now? Trying to make it sound like it's their fault for this. The state-owned Cuban Electric Union reported a total blackout across the island without giving a cause for the outage. Authorities said they were working on to restore power. Power outages, whether nationwide or regional, have become relatively common in the last 2 years due to breakdowns in aging infrastructure. I would say what the United States is doing to them has something to do with it. Yeah, I had this article open earlier because I was going to show this little clip here. I don't know why I closed it, but here it is. I think part of it was from this article here. There was something in it that reminded me of something. This here. People say I may not get power again for 3 days, so I'm going to do everything I need to in this 1 or 2 hour time frame to prepare for the next chunk of time when I'm just going to keep going. You see, I had heard that before from another nation from well before October 7th, 2023, because I knew a little bit of Gaza being an open-air prison, and I knew that electricity was shut off for them quite regularly. So I looked it up and I found this article. So Gaza already struggled with electricity shortage. Then genocide began. and just talking about how some children died because they were using candles for heat and light. So for years, access to electricity has defined daily life for more than 2 million people who have lived under recurring darkness imposed by chronic energy crisis. The crisis has turned the details of everyday life into a struggle for survival, forcing families to organize their days around a few fleeting hours of light to rely on dangerous alternatives such as candles, kerosene lamps, and improvised electrical connections. So another situation where they're having to live around, when power will be on. We're exhausted from living around electricity schedules, said Malik, a Gaza resident who wanted to be identified by first name for privacy reasons. Before anything else, before rebuilding or planning the future, we just want the power to stay on so we can live like normal people. The Gaza Strip electricity crisis dates back to 2006, when the only power plant was bombed. I'm sure you can imagine who did that. The shortage deepened further when the blockade tightened the following year. After that, the electricity no longer existed as stable public service, but rather as a fleeting visitor arriving for a few hours before disappearing for much longer stretches. At best, power supply ranged between 4 and 6 hours a day, leaving residents to spend the rest of their time in darkness or constant anticipation. Shutting off the power to Gaza, destroying their ability to have power. Of course, now we look at this and we understand that this was a precursor to the genocide that Israel is inflicting. So when I see this and I hear the quote of how people are trying to schedule their lives around when power might be on, I'm very terrified for the people there. That it's going to be a precursor to something much worse that the United States is going to inflict on these people. You want to weaken them to make it easier to tip them over. But I did want to watch this short video here per the article.
I'm here in front of the Cardiac Institute in Havana. I've been speaking with family members of patients who are in here and also staff who work here. And we were speaking about how this ongoing oil blockade is impacting the health system here. I spoke with an elderly woman. Her husband is in the hospital right now, and she said the first thing they had to figure out when her husband started feeling fatigue and started worrying about his heart was how to get to the hospital, because transport is scarce, and when there is transport available, it's getting expensive. But once they got here, she said this hospital is working at about 50% of its staff capacity, that there's just less people who are providing the same level of service, even though they're still providing key services. She also says that they are only taking people who have urgent needs. Elective issues, if they're not urgent and life-threatening, she says they're really having a hard time accepting anybody beyond that, because they just...
So again, keep in mind, this is the third countrywide blackout that they've endured in hospitals and stuff. If anyone needed a ventilator to survive, what do you think happened to them? The numbers aren't coming out yet, but the amount of people who have died because of the United States actions, I would imagine at this point, is shockingly high.
Don't have the capacity. I also spoke with a nurse and a lab technician who confirmed that yes, there are less people working at hospitals in Cuba, and one of the reasons is it's because of this economic crisis, because the salaries that doctors and nurses are paid are just not enough to get through. They're not enough to provide for families. Even though the health system is a point of pride for Cuba, it's something that they export to the rest of the world. those within the health system aren't making enough right now because of this crisis, because of the impact it's had on the skyrocketing prices. It's just not enough for them to make ends meet. So people are quitting, medical staff are quitting to find other ways to make money to feed their families. But for this nurse and lab technician that I spoke to, they're committed to staying here. They say, you know what, we give 100%, but now we have to give 200%, and we're gonna make this work for the patients who come here needing healthcare services.
And just the way that they'll say, the blackouts have a significant impact on the population whose lives are disrupted by reduced work hours, lack of electricity for cooking, and food spoilage when refrigerators stop working, among many other consequences. President Miguel has said that the island has not received oil from foreign suppliers for the 3 months. Cuba produces barely 40% of the fuel it needs to power its economy. Where was it? I just saw something. Yeah. So Cuba's aging grid has drastically eroded in recent years, but the government has also blamed its woes on U.S. energy blockade after U.S. President Donald Trump in January warned tariffs on any country that sells or provide oils to Cuba. The way that this gets phrased, it reminds me of when pundits were saying, some of the children who starved to death in Gaza had pre-existing conditions. Well, they had pre-existing conditions, so, that's why they starved to death or something. And so, Cuba had a pre-existing condition of bad infrastructure. So, yeah, that's why they're getting the blackouts now, because, when we started to starve them for oil, things started to fall apart. They would be far more functional if this blockade wasn't going on. And speaking of what Israel is wanting, this is quite the demand. Israel seeking significant change to how Canada tackles anti-Semitism. Another country wants to come in here and strip away some of our freedoms. Israel's pursuing a sweeping diplomatic and public relations campaign to convince Canada to change the way it tackles acts of anti-Semitism. From the office of Israel's president down to its ambassador in Ottawa, the message is the same. Canada must do more to curb threats against Jews. If Israel stops committing a genocide, that would help a lot. But while the country's ambassador is suggesting Ottawa should limit certain freedoms in order to deal with threats his government linked to Iran, he hasn't said which freedoms should be limited. Yes, another country is just coming in here and saying that, you know what, you should start limiting the freedoms of your people. Because we don't like that it makes us feel bad. We're trying to spread a narrative, and it doesn't help when you just allow your people to have free reign to tell the truth. Like, could you imagine China coming into Canada and being like, so yeah, we're going to restrict your freedoms, or we're going to demand that you restrict the freedoms of Canadians for reasons. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Like, Mexico would never be like, hey, Canada, we want you to restrict some of your freedoms for your people because we don't like what you're saying about us. We have a very clear objective this year, and that is to create a significant change in the way anti-Semitism is being dealt here in Canada, Israeli ambassador told the virtual forum last week. That's our objective. Not to end the genocide we're doing, but to change the way that people are allowed to talk about it. It's hard for a liberal person to think that we have to limit other people's freedoms so that our freedom will be protected. But that's where we are right now. Yeah. Yeah. How dare you hurt our feelings. We want to limit your freedoms because you're telling the truth about the genocide we're committing. Carleton University Political Science, Myra, who researches Israeli-Palestinian relations and Jewish politics, said there are two things happening. Israel is trying to both improve protection for Jews worldwide and generate support for the war it has launched with the U.S. against Iran. She said this stems from Israel's decade-long policy of advocating for Jewish people around the world, and it reflects Israel's efforts to convince other states that the Iranian government poses a threat far beyond the Middle East. She spoke after Israel issued a series of high-level statements following shootings at 3 Toronto area synagogues, in which no one was hurt. Israeli President convened a call with Toronto area Jewish community leaders on March 9th, a rare move by a country whose leaders, government, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, has yet to speak with Prime Minister Mark Carney. Israel's embassy insists Netanyahu hasn't refused a call with Carney, but Mode said last October there was not much appetite for Israel to reach out to the Prime Minister due to his focus on Palestinian statehood. That so-called focus on Palestinian statehood was this government dictating terms to Gaza, saying, well, you must have an election within this time frame, and Hamas can't be involved, so we're going to dictate these terms to you in order for us to recognize you as a state. Canadian officials have said they've tried multiple times to arrange a call. On social media last week, Herzog summarized his call with Canadian leaders by mentioning the mass shooting last December at a Hanukkah event in Australia. Yes, so since there was a mass shooting in Australia, Canada, you need to crack down and limit freedoms. We must learn the lessons of previous anti-Semitic attacks, including the horrific Bondi Beach terror attack. All eyes on Canada. It's time to halt the unprecedented wave of Jew hatred that has erupted ever since October 7th. Herzog added, referencing the 2023 attack by Hamas and its allies against Israel, which started the war in Gaza. I wouldn't say that started it at this point. Just going to scooch through the rest of this because it's pretty one-sided, this article, in what it's saying. So let's see. Israeli junior minister was born in Toronto. Similar statements about Canada when anti-Semitic terrorism allowed to grow. What's very alarming and disturbing is when Canadians who are angry about Israel's actions, blame Jews individually or collectively here for what Israel's doing, and that's obviously the biggest problem we face. And whose fault is that? That's the Israeli government. That's the Zionists that try to connect the two. Try to connect all Jews to what the actions of the state of Israel is doing. When we know, not all Jews are Zionists, not all Zionists are Jews. We know that. But it's the Zionists and the leaders of this government that are trying to connect the two, so then that way, if you attack Zionists, if you attack the government, they can claim that you're being anti-Semitic when you're not. So they have this. Meanwhile, remember this? After the Quebec City mosque shooting, some Zionist groups like CIJA vehemently opposed legislation created to address and document Islamophobia. Yeah, CIJA, that's more than happy to crack down on our freedoms in this country, wouldn't allow anything. And this is when there was a mass murder of Muslims. They're upset because a couple of Jewish institutions were shot at in the middle of the night and no one was hurt. Not good. Yeah, I'll say that. I don't want to see violence against anyone. But They want a significant change based on that versus when a mass murder happened against Muslims. And they actually fought against having any sort of studies or documents or legislation created to address and document Islamophobia. So in 2017, CIJA vehemently opposed Bill M103, legislation created to address document Islamophobia after the Quebec City mosque shooting in which 6 worshippers were killed and 5 injured. CIJA objected especially to the use of the term Islamophobia. And somebody pointing out, again, Muslims have been literally massacred in Canada, and politicians did not respond by limiting civil liberties and making reading the Bible illegal. Why are attacks on empty Jewish buildings more important than Muslim lives or the freedoms of Canadians? And somebody pointing out this hasn't hit the news yet, which is not surprising. More violence against Muslims that you don't see any condemnation for from the media or politicians. But whenever there's any slightest violence towards somebody who's Jewish or a Jewish institution, you see the media and the politicians say everything about it, condemn it, call it acts of hate, all that sort of stuff. And they should, again, real anti-Semitism is bad. I don't, and it is on the rise, but being against Zionism and being against what the state of Israel is doing is not anti-Semitism. But here, so as the family was leaving a ceremony for Ramadan, they were confronted and attacked by an individual who began shouting hateful remarks at them. The mother wears a niqab, and one of the daughters wears a hijab, making the family visibly identifiable as Muslim. The individual directed disturbing accusations and profanity towards the parents and made hostile, threatening, and Islamophobic remarks towards the children, who ranged in age from 4 to 14 years old, including offensive comments about their family. The individual physically assaulted one of the children and continued making hostile remarks, including asking whether they were liberals and saying, "Did the liberals bring you here?" He then attempted to advance towards a second younger child, but members of the community intervened to stop him and stopped him. The children involved are deeply shaken and traumatized by what occurred. The individual was promptly taken into custody. Following an investigation, he was arrested later and released on bail with strict conditions, including remaining at least 200 meters away from the child involved, 200 meters from the child's school, and 200 meters from the Toronto Islamic Center. In addition to this incident, 2 other worshippers reported being assaulted while walking home after prayers. We also seeing increasing reports from congregants who have experienced harassment or assault while leaving the facility at night. In response, the Toronto Islamic Center will be implementing additional safety measures. Moving forward, we will introduce a buddy system along Yonge Street and have trained volunteer security members accompany worshippers leaving the facility after prayers. These security volunteers consist of staff, volunteers, and worshippers from the facility together to help ensure safety of community. Don't see the same type of condemnation for that sort of thing, but Israel officials think that we should restrict our freedoms here in Canada because we've gotten so liberal here that the Prime Minister said that there should be a Palestinian state under strict conditions. So here's an article from the Maple. It's a bit long, so I'm not going to go over all of it, but I will put the link in the SandBox so that you can read the rest of it if you like. Israeli military showcased its Gaza tactics to Canadian troops. When people talk about Canada as part of the problem, not part of the solution, it's precisely this kind of thing that we're talking about. Canadian troops working in occupied Palestine attended a seminar showcasing Israel's methods in waging its genocidal war on Gaza last year, the Maple has learned. The seminar was organized by Israeli military in November in order to strengthen cooperation, enhance familiarity with diverse operational approaches, exchange professional knowledge and experience between participating militaries, according to Israeli media reports. Those same reports named Canada as one of several countries that sent delegates to the seminar, but Defense Minister David McGuinty said at the time he could not confirm this. Nearly 4 months later, Department of National Defense, DND, spokesperson Danielle told the Maple that Canadians did participate and that those attendants included RCMP and Canadian Armed Forces personnel deployed as part of Operation Protest. The purpose of the operation is to help train Palestinian Authority security forces in the occupied West Bank under leadership of the United States Office of the Security Coordinator, which was established in 2005 as part of the Oslo peace process. So the fact that Canadian personnel involved with training those forces attending a seminar showcasing Israel's genocidal method in Gaza is a major concern, said this person is a sociology professor at Mount Royal University. Their attendance, he said, highlights the fact that Canadian forces are in Palestine as Israel's staunch allies rather than neutral players. They're there allegedly to help Palestinian Authority develop its security infrastructure so that it can ensure safety of Palestinians, and what they're doing is going and being briefed by Israelis on how to commit genocide and get away with it. When people talk about Canada as part of the problem, not part of the solution, it's precisely this kind of thing that we're talking about. So, yeah. Like I said, I'm going to toss this link into the SandBox so that if you want to finish reading it, you can. Lots to cover, so I want to keep on moving on. Just wanted to point out this little back and forth for reasons. So Tucker Carlson challenges the economics editor-in-chief to define Israel's right to exist. I've seen this video, and yeah, I have my thoughts on Tucker being a horrible piece of shit individual who's good at debates, no doubt about that, but what he is doing is just cover and a way to get more attention to himself right now, because he's challenging Israel's genocide. But he is deeply racist, deeply anti-Semitic. He just knows which way the wind is blowing and is saying what he needs to say in order to become relevant and raise his platform stature. No, there's a phrase. He wants to make himself more important. And so he's just seeing which way the wind is blowing and he's grifting in that direction, but all evidence is there that he is deeply racist and anti-Semitic. And he does not care about Muslim people at all. But he will say what he needs to in order to get the attention. And he's very good at debates. But since he's from the right-wing circuit, he tends to get interviews that other people don't get, because they seem to think he's going to be friendly to them and on their side. And then when he pushes back, they're floored. They don't know what to actually say or do, which again makes it very viral and raises his platform yet again. So Mehdi Hassan is just saying, I've waited years for someone to challenge this nonsense phrase on mainstream media. An indictment of the liberal PEP media that it took Tucker Carlson to do it, and he undeniably did it well. To which Glenn Greenwald said, people like Mehdi Hassan and other DNC partisans spent years maligning people as fascists for the crime of talking to Tucker and recognizing his important value in U.S. discourse. Then one day they wake up and decide it's okay to do and announce it as if they're very visionary pioneers. Not quite what Mehdi was saying. And Mehdi replies, people like Glenn Greenwald and other MAGA partisans are the reason we're in this war, because they told us Trump was anti-war and now pretend they had nothing to do with it. On a side note, people like Greenwald Fetterman's brains are obviously broken, or maybe they're just high. Yeah. And again, a reminder, less than a month ago, after again attacking me out of the blue, Glenn said he would not be engaging with me anymore and leaving me to myself, but I guess the lure of clicks, or maybe his messed up brain, meant he couldn't resist yet another smear attack against me. If there's one thing about Glenn, he's become thoroughly dishonest, inconsistent, and hopes no one will remember his previous opposite position. Some of us do remember. We keep receipts. For those of you who are tuning in a bit later, after my normal chit-chat before I get into the news, I've noticed recently that Glenn Greenwald has been on the Young Turks as a co-host of the main show. Hour-long part of it. Twice recently. And Mehdi wasn't, now saying that Tucker is good. He's just good at debates. But I think Tucker was a piece of trash, and I think he is a piece of trash. And I don't buy into his pushback against Israel at all. He's also not calling out Donald Trump, just Israel, which is another indicator of how shallow it is. But no, Tucker is just grifting. That's all it is. He's not doing this out of principle. He's doing it because he knows it will go viral and help him raise his it's not platform, but raise his, not prevalence, just raise awareness around him, because I fall into the camp of fully believing he's going to try to run for president. And I've thought that for a while. Pretty much ever since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, because I believe, it's my thought, my opinion, that Charlie Kirk was going to. But since he can't anymore for reasons, Tucker Carlson is filling in that void. Profile, Silas, that's the word that I'm looking for. Raise his profile. You got it. I gotta remember to keep this tab, though, because I need it for my TYT essays. I'll just pop it over here. So here we have a little bit of a change here in Canada. More people pushing back. It's tiny, but you know what? It's good. I'll take it. So here we have the BC Teacher Federation, the province-wide labor union representing over 40,000 teachers, has just passed a resolution in support of BDS, the first province-wide motion to support BDS in solidarity with Palestine. This is good, and here's more on it. So BDS, Canadian BDS Coalition, and International BDS Allies. So BDS is boycott, divest, and sanction. So BC Teacher Federation passed motion in support of BDS. In a historic vote on March 16th, 2026, at their 2026 annual meeting, BC Teacher Federation passed a motion in support of the boycott, divestment, and sanction. We, the Canadian BDS Coalition and International BDS Allies, congratulate the union and, more importantly, the campaigners and teachers who achieved this victory. So here's some of the statement. I stand before you envisioning another universe. I envision a universe in which children of all faiths, including Muslim, Jewish, Christian, can laugh and play along the shores of Gaza. Underneath, not the deafening hum of drones, but the songs of Palestinian sunbirds. Sadly, this is not the universe we are in, but is one that we can help make possible. This is the first province-wide motion in support to boycott, divestment, and sanction in relation to Palestine, despite the history of supporting international struggles for justice, including the boycott campaign against South Africa in the 1980s. It follows the adoption of other motions in support of Palestinian human rights, including a $50,000 donation to UNRWA and endorsement of the Arms Embargo Now campaign. Teachers at the meeting wore buttons and slogans BDS saves lives and BDS saves kids, recognizing the especially high death toll of children in Gaza, as well as the impact of the Israeli bombing campaigns on schools and universities. The motion was supported by Indigenous teachers who spoke to the similarities between the treatment of Indigenous peoples in Canada and Palestinians in their homeland. Indigenous teacher Carol Arnold said to the delegation, "I want to express solidarity and add our Indigenous voices loud and clear to support the Palestinians who, like us, are victimized by settler colonialism. We are grateful to the do not know how to say that, delegates who crafted such a comprehensive resolution, including the defense of teachers who are threatened about teaching the truth about what is happening in the Middle East." BCTF AGM delegates in support of BDS is an ad hoc group of educators from across British Columbia who share a commitment to the use of nonviolent strategies to support Palestinian human rights, including the boycott, divestment, sanction movements. So that's on one side of the country. On the other side, we have Nova Scotia. So Yingpei Ji just tweeted this out. Something really inspiring is happening right now in Nova Scotia. Student unions from multiple universities across the province had joined a coordinated student strike to demand affordable tuition and divestment. The tides are turning and history is being made here. So they will meet our demands or they will be squarely in the red. Demands: affordable tuition, divestment from weapons manufacturing, from fossil fuel production, from exploitation of sovereign Indigenous land, from violations of international law. So join if you're in Nova Scotia, join the province-wide student strike, March 15th to 21st. So hopefully if you were in Nova Scotia, you could have taken part in that. So more pushback, more people getting on the right side of the issue. It's small, but every little bit helps. Okay, so I can close these. And I'm going to be moving on to some federal level news next. But before we do that, we're going to go to the SandBox. Let me just get the right tab up in place. And it's a fairly short docket that I have for federal news. So let's see. The Wild West. There will be a future where we don't have to see Trump's face every day. Oh, looking forward to that. As Schmegley also says, prima nocta is Silas what's saying, yeah. $56 Nick Rich, fuck Trump and any of his supporters. That includes, oh, had a bit of a troll in here, did we? Well, thank you for keeping the SandBox clean of turds. I had a comment on a video recently, and I never know if I should respond to it or not, because it's like, I don't like getting into back and forth in the comments, because that doesn't, to me, it feels like it doesn't solve anything. But sometimes I just kind of want to slap them across the face, because it's like, do you realize how absolutely ridiculous you sound? The comment was, we all hate Doug, but we hate your rainbow culture more. And it's like, how I kind of want to respond to it, but I feel like anyone who posts that type of comment, I'd be talking to a wall. Because it's like, so you're saying that you hate people who just want to live their lives, love who they want to love, be who they are, more than you hate someone who is in a position of power, who's making it so that our healthcare and education are being stripped away, whose rate of social murder has just absolutely skyrocketed. Homeless people have just skyrocketed. Premature deaths have skyrocketed. The cost of living has skyrocketed. The cost of housing has skyrocketed. All of that. But you hate those more? And this doesn't cost anyone's lives? You know? These don't affect you personally at all whatsoever. You don't have to participate in queer culture if you're not queer and you don't want to. Even if you are queer, you don't need to participate in it. No one's forcing you to. But, you know, when you try to go to the emergency room and it's overcrowded and you have to wait 16 hours to not get the help you need and potentially die. But you hate this more. Okay, get you, got it. Like, I don't know how you even communicate to someone whose brain is that broken. Like, I'm tempted to leave, like, to reply to them in the comments. I don't, it's not my style to get into back and forths in the comment section because, again, I don't see it as serving any sort of purpose, and it just takes time away from me because it takes me a while to, you know, write out what I want to say, make sure everything is worded perfectly. The autistic brain in me making sure that it's like, okay, if I put a period or a comma here, how does it change the inflections of the sentence? That's why I don't tweet too much. Schmegely was bombed. Who did that? Talking about the energy infrastructure in Gaza back in 2006. Silas, I heard that Owen Jones was participating in the aid convoy. He's not, as far as I know, in the aid convoy. He is in Cuba right now, putting together a documentary. He did one not too long ago about Palestinians in the West Bank. So now he's doing one about Cuba. So he's talking to locals, you know, local reporters, people on the ground, about what's happening in Cuba and all that sort of stuff. But I don't think he's there as part of any aid convoy. He's there as part of his own journalistic and stuff. He's been tweeting a lot about it. And, you know, I might have alerts on my phone for when he tweets. Sent a really nice picture out. And people have been pushing back like, oh, you're being white savior type thing. And it's like, no. Some people are just, again, their brains are broken. Their brains are broken. He's tweeted more out since I've started. I think we're closer to the same time zone right now, too. Let's see. He tweets so much. It's hard to find anything. So here we have a post from him. Cuba is being devastated by Donald Trump's tweets. The world needs to know the catastrophe consequences, so please help this person. I don't know how to say that. Get the word out. Support the brilliant journalists here. And then he has a link to her Patreon. Belly of the Beast. Okay, I can read it when it's all in separate words. Belly of the Beast. Has her Patreon link. There's this. He made a new friend in Cuba. A little kitten.
And a tiny kitten. Oh, are they friends?
Yes.
They're friends. Okay.
She's the girl of him.
Ah.
And she's a baby.
She's a very little baby. Aren't you?
Yes.
And there were such weird comments under this. without knowing who this woman is or anything about her condition, they're like, why aren't you helping her? And it's like they're assuming that she's unhoused or something because she's sitting on a step and just attacking Owen in every way that they can when he's trying to bring attention to the people who are suffering there.
Animal Protector. Ellos me hicieron una entrevista los otros días.
Hello.
Bueno, no sé si fueron ellos.
Hello.
Eran otros.
Of course, it just wants
Can I
to
give
pick
you
up
a
the
strokey? Hello.
Muy
Hello.
bonita.
You cutie. You cutie.
Yo quisiera conocer a los demás.
Very cute. You a bit thirsty? You thirsty?
Ahora miren, sí, sí.
Feels like it wasn't that. He tweets so much. Oh my god. Just trying to find the picture that I was referring to. Did I miss it? Oh, here it is. There we go. So yes, he's in Cuba, but not part of a convoy. He's there to make a documentary. Johnny Davis saying the U.S. will invade Cuba. I'm worried. I'm worried. 56 Nick Rich, be involved in the next U.S. No Kings rallies as you can, if you can, or rallies if you as you can. Yeah, any sort of protests or rallies that you can participate in, be there if you can, do so safely for your own mental health and physical health and safety. The Wild West was the justification for doing this to Cuba just because they're not capitalist. Pretty much they want to change the regime and make it more friendly to the United States. Same as in Venezuela. That's all it is. They want to steal Cuba. Donald Trump right out said that he plans on taking over Cuba. And again, when you have, our foreign affairs minister, our prime minister staying silent about it, Greenland's next, like it's not like Trump is just going to keep it to countries with brown people in it. He's the more he gets away with, the more emboldened he is to do more. And Canada is not safe from him. But we have our leaders keeping our mouth shut when this is happening. It's that poem, first they came for I think it was the communists or something like that. First they came for this group, then they came for this group. Well, first Trump went for Venezuela, then he went for Cuba, then he went for Iran, then he went for all these other countries, and then when he came for Canada, no one was left to speak up. The Wild West, the Epstein class wants to enslave the world. Hello, So Life. Welcome to the SandBox. Saying that the YouTube randomly deleted a third emoji from my comment. Huh. YouTube is weird. So Life, I had to ban a random dude from PQ on Surf's chat. They seemed fine. I'll stream and then bam, strong Islamophobia. It's all over the place. So Life, and it wasn't slight Islamophobia. The guy was flat out, Canada needs to send all of them back, and nothing but people of violence born the... Silas Tucker is a very broken clock. Well, you know what they say about broken clocks? They're garbage. Mm. 56 Nick Rich, the amount of ads that YouTube dumps on users are annoying, but paying for an ad blocker ain't in my future. You know, if you get Firefox as a browser, there's a certain add-on that Google Chrome doesn't support anymore that Firefox does, which is why I'm currently in Firefox for all of this and watch all my YouTube on Firefox. It's you know a blocker with a letter at the beginning of it, and it has an origin. If you get my drift, because I would never suggest that you get Firefox and then you block origin, which does a very good job of blocking all ads on YouTube. I would never suggest that as a content creator on YouTube. Never suggest it. Don't you do that. Don't you dare do that. You will kick yourself for not doing it sooner. Yeah, Fetterman his brain is broken too. BCAT, BDS, I wish I could boycott US. Yeah. That's the thing. If you can participate in a boycott, great. But I understand if you can't, because sometimes you're limited in your options. It's like when they were trying to have boycotts of certain grocery stores here in Canada. And it's like, okay, but what are you going to do for the people who don't have access to, you know, a grocery store that's further away because maybe they don't have a car or this and that and the other thing? Like, there are certain restrictions. I would love to be able to boycott Amazon. I can't. Because that Amazon wish list, which is linked in the description box below, which now has an address that is not my home address, has helped me build my studio. And that's the only way to do it. Amazon is sometimes the only place I can go to get certain things that I need at a price that I can somewhat afford. I wish I didn't have to use it, but you know, I will use the tools of my oppressor against them, or whatever that wonderful monologue is in Andor. But yeah, I did get a flex delivery. So because Amazon is changing the rules that for third-party vendors on Amazon, if I happen to have one on my wish list and not know it or something, and somebody purchases off of it, they get my home address, or they get whatever address it's being sent to. So I have a flex delivery now. I don't know if it works. So I need somebody to purchase something off my wish list so I know if it works. But just be warned that it might be a few days before I know it's there, because they were saying at the post office that it could take, you know, up to 5 days to process it for them to contact me to let me know it's there before I can then find the time to go pick it up. So it was nice when somebody could purchase something and right away, as soon as I got it, be like, thank you for the gift and stuff. So, because I would hate to miss someone who did that, but yeah. So hopefully I will still get it. It'll just take a bit longer to get here. But yeah. $56 Nick Rich, comments don't always deserve a response. Idiots and assholes don't deserve any. Yeah. I don't see the point in responding to it. And the Wild West saying, why are people so triggered by rainbows? Yeah. There's like probably a lot of repression going on in this person's life. They're probably queer, but didn't have a supportive family and network in their life and all. Like, it's just, does it do any good to respond to that sort of thing when I really don't care what this random individual has to say about me? But it's just, again, it's just so ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you hate rainbows more than the death and destruction that Doug Ford is doing on when those rainbows do nothing but brighten up a room. That's something you need to go to therapy for, but you know, healthcare in this province really hard to come by. BCAT, what I've come to realize is there's no way to get through to some people. I understand that it's a bit nihilistic, but there are people who are so reactionary, nothing short of personal experience will change. It's true. That's why I always say, pick your battles, you know? You don't become a crazy cat lady. So don't try to rescue every cat you see, but be like, you know what? I can help that one and that one and that one and bring them in. And then focus your attention on that. But there are some people where you would need certain levels of training, energy, resources in order to reach that you simply do not have. So your time and energy is better spent in areas where you could potentially reach someone or help someone. So for people who are just so far gone that they would think rainbows are worse than Doug Ford, I don't see the point in engaging with them. I just don't. Silas, that's awesome news about Owen Jones. I'm looking forward to the documentary when it comes out. But he's still in Cuba right now, so it's going to be a while. BCAT girl with a microphone influencer involved with H3 quote tweeted Owen's Cuba post saying he gave her white savior complex vibes. Owen promptly obliterated her with his credentials and knowledge. Yeah, I saw that tweet thread. Owen will get into it online. It feels like part of his pastime is just arguing online with trolls and stuff of that sort, but I saw that tweet thread too, and yeah. MIDI doctor, stand up to Trump as early as possible. Mm-hmm. The Wild West says, I know Sandy in tears, but I don't know what it's for. Many doctors Canada is signing away its independence. Yeah. And then Stella says, LOL, 100% Sandy, and I don't know what that's in reference to either. But have a good night, Midi doctors. I know it's really late there. Hello. Who are Ted? Welcome to the SandBox. And who far Ted says Brave blocks ads too. Yeah, I've heard about that one, but I haven't quite gone to that one yet. So Life says use ad nauseum instead of uBlock. Origin, it's the exact same app except one makes sure it doesn't block the streamer's ad revenue when it blocks the ads. Oh, that's good to know. Let's see. The Wild West said they will come for Canada after they are done ruining other countries. Yeah. And then Scylla saying, sorry, it was a reference to Tucker being garbage. No. Oh, the clock. Yeah, okay. Got it. I don't want to know about that Soul Life. That sounds disgusting. Anyway, got some federal news here to cover. Not a long docket, and it's kind of ridiculous. So it's not a very heavy docket for a nice little change, because a lot of this news is heavy today and whatnot. But yeah. So Pierre Poilievre, he wants to raise his profile too. And so he's going to great lengths to do it. And did you know that he's done this whole thing? He did this whole thing where he went on Joe Rogan. Mm-hmm. I haven't watched it. I don't really plan on watching it. David Dole from the Rational National and Rachel Gilmore both did breakdowns of it, so you can go check that out. We're just going to watch a tiny clip of it in an area that I passionately talk about. But the whole thing is ridiculous because Joe Rogan doesn't know enough about Canada to be able to push back on what Pierre Poilievre says. Pierre Poilievre doesn't know enough about Canada to be prime minister. So yeah. It's just ridiculous. So let's go here. The Surf's just quote tweeting this out. Worst episode of the Joe Rogan podcast doubles as a recruitment tool for Canadian conservatives. Yeah. And so Pierre Poilievre had tweeted out, fought for Canadian workers and Canadian interests on the world's biggest podcast. Thank you, Joe Rogan, for an amazing conversation. Let's get tariff-free trade. Sign up. No, don't. Don't. Just don't. Don't. Somebody say, I'm not even going to watch it for free. I guarantee this will be one of the lowest rated podcasts Rogan has ever done. Yeah, the American audience, I seriously doubt, gives a shit about who Pierre Poilievre is. But here's somebody who said, I just sat through the entire 2 hour and 23 minute. Now, I have sat through a shit ton of TYT videos and Cenk and Anna interviews for the sake of my video essay and stuff. And even I, with the ability to plow through that, I'm looking at this interview between Joe Rogan and Pierre Poilievre and be like, nah, I can't. I can't. I can't. So this person says, yes, I survived. The deep dives into Russian kettlebell history, 90s kickboxing, and Bobby Orr's knees to extract the actual political substance. Between the MMA tendons, Poilievre dropped a bunch of claims. Some are actually spot on. Yes, this happens even with Poilievre. Some are missing massive context, and a couple directly contradict his own record. I'm bringing the receipts over the next 5 posts. So I don't want to go over all of his claims because I don't really know what he is, but I do want to go over the ones that I can speak to, which is really just one main one. So, like, I'm always a little bit wary about just sharing random tweets from people I don't know, but this is a tweet that I know is accurate because I know the back and forth between this. So I think I need to probably do this in a different order of operation where I show a bit of the YouTube video first. So this is from Rachel Gilmore's. Let's do that. No, not that one. Oh, there, that works. Gotta remove the Control F. So this is from Rachel Gilmore's video on him. But here they start talking about MAID, medical assistance in dying.
Well, it is a hell of a... I don't think it's a true one, though. His dad is Pierre.
Oh, boy. Yeah. I wonder if at this point, Poilievre realized this probably isn't going to help his poll numbers. Anyway, Rogan goes on to rant about how...
Oh, and I'll share this in the SandBox so that people can watch her video. You can also go to her channel and the Rational National channels to see the videos that they've done on this. They both cover slightly different spots on it. David Dole didn't say anything about MAID, but she does here, so...
He doesn't go to Canada anymore, even though he really likes us Canadians, because our laws got so crazy with COVID and the truckers.
It's just an amazing place. It's a great country. And to see it go the way it's been going and sliding the way it's been happening over the last, X amount of years, There's just so many things that concern me.
And he claims that someone in Canada was apparently allowed to undergo a medically assisted death for seasonal depression.
He did it for seasonal depression. I'm sure you're aware of that case.
I am.
Like, who allowed that to
I'm sure you're aware of this imaginary case. Pierre Polyev, I am.
happen? Who didn't counsel this young guy? Who didn't give him a hug?
That is utterly untrue. In the case that I am pretty sure he's talking about because it made a lot of headlines in some less than scrupulous sources, the young man did have mental health struggles, but he also had nerve damage that caused him to endure chronic pain. But I guess it's too much to ask that Joe Rogan actually has an informed debate about an issue. Anyway, they then got on the topic of...
So there's that, and then let's go back to here. So, yeah, talking about this. So first of all, right now, you have track 1 and track 2 for, why don't I do it this way? Right now in Canada, you have track 1 and track 2 for medical assistance in dying, MAID. Track 1 is when the death is foreseeable, like you have a terminal illness and you know you're about to die. Track 2 is for people whose death is not foreseeable, but their quality of life has diminished to the point where it is causing insufferable hardship and pain. Track 3, which is not law yet, will be for people whose sole condition is mental health. And that was supposed to come into effect, I think 2 years ago, but there was uproar. There was a lot of uproar about it, so it got delayed. So now it's supposed to be in March of next year, which personally I think is unconscionable that this country would do that when mental health is not covered under our Canada Healthcare Act the same way physical health is covered. So they want to expand medical assistance to dying to people before they expand the Healthcare Act. So here's where we get into some of the nuances of this. Even with mental health as being the sole cause, I don't think that should just be a hard no, because a lot of people, when they hear mental health issues, they just think depression. There are a lot of mental health issues out there, and some of them can make life unbearable, and some of them are resistant to any sort of treatment. So do I outright say you can't have medical assistance in dying for somebody whose sole condition is mental health? No. I think in some cases it should still be available depending on who the person is. Like in principle, I support medical assistance in dying. How this country is doing it, I do not support, because there have been a few cases where people have said that they wanted to live longer, but they couldn't get the supports needed, like the in-home care, the treatment, the medication, whatever it was. They couldn't get that, so they did MAID, and they have actually gone through with it. One woman during COVID, she had severe reactions to any sort of chemicals and stuff, so she simply needed to be in an apartment that was chemical-free, where the cleaners used were chemical, like free, and no smoking of marijuana or cigarette smoke around her. And the government refused to help her on that. And so she went for MAID and got there. I don't like how they now just say that this is like widespread in every case, because it really diminishes. It's kind of like with the anti-Semitism, when Zionists say any attack on Israel is anti-Semitic, and then it makes it such a broad thing. Whereas, you know, the cases in which somebody uses MAID who didn't want to, but felt there was no other alternative, no other supports being given to them, are tragic stories. But that's not nearly as widespread as the right-wing media would have you think. Any case is one too many, but they're making it sound like somebody can just say, you know what, I feel like having MAID, and the doctor is like shoving the needle in their veins. You still have waiting periods. Mental health cannot be the sole underlying condition. I interviewed someone who applied for MAID, and the approval, it was approved. He didn't go through with it. And part of it was he was about to be evicted from his apartment, and he had the choice of basically dying peacefully at home or having a prolonged death on the streets. And the poverty wasn't the reason why MAID was granted to him. He also had very chronic bad back problems, which is why he couldn't work. And so that was the primary reason. But this man said he didn't want to go through with it. He wanted to live. Oh, hello, No Justice. Welcome to the SandBox. We're just talking about Canada's medical assistance in dying because, you know, Pierre Poilievre went on the Joe Rogan podcast to talk about it and did a very piss poor job of it. But welcome. Please like and subscribe. I cover primarily Canadian politics, but earlier in the stream, I covered some international news, so please go check it out. And everyone, please go check out No Justice. But welcome, pawn jumpers. I know I'm going to be up pretty late compared to you guys, but hey, stick around if you can. So where was I in my train of thought? Yeah. So any case of somebody using MAID because they can't get the healthcare needs met is bad, but it's not widespread. And I've done the research on it. And so there's some scary claims in there. 1 in 20 Canadian deaths are from MAID. That is true. But it's not, again, it's not just somebody saying, I feel like I want to die, and the doctors are suddenly shoving the needles in their veins. That's not how it works. It's a process. You need to be approved. You need to fill out paperwork. It's not as easy. Some doctors refuse out of principle and need to find someone else. Hello, Kevin, Logan, and viewers. Welcome to the SandBox. Welcome, pawn jumpers. Talking about medical assistance in dying, or you can just rewind this video about 30 seconds to hear the same spiel I gave to No Justice pawn jumpers. Super appreciate it. Everyone go check out No Justice and Kevin Logan's channel. I'd love to do a collab one day. I'm just saying. Just saying. I'm very reachable. I would love to do a collab. But yeah, I'm just talking about medical assistance in dying, something I know a lot about because I've looked into. And when you look at the raw numbers, they can sound scary, but they're not, because 1 in 20 deaths in Canada is a result of medical assistance in dying. So this person that I'm about to show you, even though I don't know who he is on Twitter, I do know that this is accurate. So this person who sat through the 2-hour and 23-minute episode of Joe Rogan with Pierre Poilievre. Oh, not something I could do. So, reality check. Is 1 in 20 deaths in Canada really assisted suicide? The claim Rogan cites is 1 in 20 stat and claims a young Canadian got it for seasonal depression. Poilievre validates this, warning that MAID shouldn't be offered to kids or people whose only condition is mental health illness. And that is not a thing right now. You can't. If you are a child, because there is talk of mature children, basically people in their late teens and stuff. But there's just talk of it. But whose only condition is mental health is not a reason why you can access MAID at this point. So no one got MAID for seasonal depression. That is just flat out a lie. And as Rachel Gilmore said, from what she saw, it was this person suffered from chronic pain and all these other health conditions. And he also had seasonal depression. So it was all of these things and then that. But that seasonal depression wasn't the deal breaker or deal maker in this case. It contributed nothing to the actual ability for this person to get MAID. So the implication, they're framing this statistic as dystopian reality where the Canadian government is actively euthanizing physically healthy, depressed youth instead of offering them help. The reality is, yes, the math is actually right. According to Health Canada's 6th annual report, there were almost 16,500 MAID provisions in 2024, representing 5.1% of all deaths in the country. So yes, roughly 1 in 20 deaths in Canada is assisted suicide. But there is a big but. When you look at the actual data, the demographic driving this number is entirely different from what Poilievre and Rogan are suggesting. Terminal illness. Over 95% of MAID provisioners were track 1 cases, meaning the person's natural death was already reasonably foreseeable. Cancer, not depression. Cancer was the most frequent cited condition, affecting more than 63% of MAID recipients, and the median age, so that means half above, half below, was 77.9 years old. Also, which is not in here, on average, MAID only shortened the individual's life by about 2 months. So we're talking about people with severe conditions, untreatable severe conditions, whose lives are whose life is coming to an end. Natural death is reasonably foreseeable, and they're shortening it by the couple months that they would have been in immense pain, losing their faculties, their ability to function, all of their dignity, everything. That's the reality of it. And I am glad those people have that option if that is something that they want to do, so that they can die with dignity. So mental illness is legally excluded. Anyone whose sole underlying medical condition is mental illness is legally barred from accessing MAID in Canada. That expansion was met with heavy pushback and has been officially delayed until at least March 17th, 2027. Furthermore, MAID is strictly limited to adults 18 and older. Bottom line, let's be precise. 1 out of every 20 total deaths in Canada, about 5% is from MAID. But if you look inside that 5%, it consists almost entirely of terminally ill elderly patients, not depressed kids. And then the receipts are the Health Canada reports. So I know a lot about MAID. I've looked into the numbers and stuff, so I do know that this is accurate. So somebody's saying, I see a bit of math struggle in some comments, so let me help clear the air. Total MAID cases, 16,500. Track 1 terminal illness, 15,767, 95.6% of cases. Track 2 chronic, 732. Mental illness, sole reason, 0. Minor kids, 0. Yeah. But of the people with chronic illnesses and stuff, there might be 2 or 3 of people who would have lived longer had they been able to access all the medical supports that they need. And that is too many. Another thing that I wanted to... I don't know if many people remember this. You see, I remember this because I was working at Rebel HQ at the time and made a video about this, but Pierre Poilievre was all about the Bitcoin. He wanted to make Canada the Bitcoin capital of the world. If he became prime minister, he wanted to transfer our currency over into Bitcoin. I don't know if people remember that. That was such a thing. And he even went to this shawarma shop here, and he did an ad, and I covered this in the Rebel HQ video, this ad of him at a shawarma shop using Bitcoin to buy a shawarma. So this guy's just pointing out the Bitcoin pivot from shawarma revolutionary to quiet hibernation. So in March 2022, Pierre Poilievre, it feels like I was at Rebel HQ 4 years ago. It feels, to be honest, it feels like it was yesterday and never. I have such a hard time with time. Pierre Poilievre stood in the shawarma restaurant and famously paid for his lunch with Bitcoin. He used that moment to tell Canadians they could opt out of inflation by ditching the Canadian dollar for crypto. The punchy quote, at the time he didn't just suggest Bitcoin, he championed it, saying government is ruining the Canadian dollars. Canadians should have the freedom to use their money, such as Bitcoin. He even proposed making Canada the blockchain capital of the world. The Rogan shift, fast forward to March 2026. On the world's biggest pro-crypto podcast, the Shawarma Revolutionary was surprisingly quiet about his old advice. The pivot, instead of telling Joe Rogan millions of listeners to opt out with Bitcoin, he focused almost entirely on central bank digital currencies and financial surveillance. Yeah. The reality after the crypto winter, the Bitcoin users face an effective 40% inflation rate in a single year, while the Canadian dollar stayed in single digits. The bold 2022 slogan has vanished. Yeah. That was it was a funny walk down memory lane. But yeah, for people who are interested, you can check out this. I linked it in the description box where Rachel Gilmore goes over part of it. David Dole from the Rational National also goes over part of Pierre Poilievre's appearance on Joe Rogan. Oh, this is reality. This is the world that we're living in. Jank must be so jealous. So, somebody asking Pierre Poilievre, would you do it again? I don't see why not. Well, he probably won't do it again because I seriously doubt Joe Rogan is going to like the ratings or care about who this guy is when he's no longer in power at all whatsoever.
Would you do it again?
I don't see why not.
Would you do it?
I don't see why not. But somebody here is quote tweeting and saying there's a 7-year-old Canadian girl with autism locked in a Texas ice cage right now by MAGA, and Pierre was there to kiss their ass. Yes, indeed. So while he was there, he could have spoken to Joe Rogan about ICE, kidnapping and detaining Canadians. He could have talked about that, but instead chose to talk about kettleballs and spread misinformation about MAID. But here's the story on this. Is this the right size? Let's see. Go big. Nope. There we go. Sort of fits on screen that way. I hate how it changes its size all the time. That. Okay, so yeah, 7-year-old Canadian girl and mother detained in ICE facility in Texas.
CTV's Abigail Beeman has been digging into the case for us. Abigail, where do things stand?
Amanda, a bereft Texan husband and stepfather is trying everything he can. He got a lawyer, started a GoFundMe page, reached out to Global Affairs Canada, but isn't getting much information about why his family is detained.
It's no place for a 7-year-old to be.
No place to be is the Texas detention center known as Ursula, since renovated, but once known for holding children in cages. Edward Warner says his Canadian wife, Tanya Warner, and her daughter have been there since Saturday. Ayla Lucas has autism and is just 7 years old.
It's overcrowded, very loud, and they're just very stressed out right now.
The family lives less than 4 hours from the Mexican border. Edward says on Saturday they were coming home from a baby shower further south in Texas and, as they've done before, drove through a border checkpoint and showed ID when something went wrong.
They took her in saying that they need to fingerprint her to get more information, and she never came back out.
Warner provided CTV News this Social Security document that shows Tanya's citizenship status as a lawful alien with the right to work. Tanya and Ayla are in the process of immigrating from BC. They've lived in Texas about 5 years.
The priority?
Personally, I don't see why any Canadian would want to move down there right now.
Is the trauma experienced by the 7-year-old in detention.
This immigration lawyer says PTSD after time in detention is not uncommon, nor is it uncommon for entire families to be detained for days or even months until their cases are sorted.
If you're Canadian in status with the right paperwork, you're still in jeopardy.
Meanwhile, Edward is doing everything he can, using a GoFundMe page to help hire a lawyer and still trying to understand what happened. All he knows is officers suggested there was a problem with a document number.
It's horrifying. I mean, it's not somewhere you want your family to be at, and it's not something anybody should have to really go through.
CTV News reached out to ICE and the Department of Homeland Security to ask about this case and why a 7-year-old is still in detention. The government acknowledged our request and even asked for some follow-up information about the pair, but didn't answer our questions by deadline. Amanda?
All right, Abigail.
Okay. So, also, Mark Carney, his government sucks. He's more conservative than the last bunch of conservative governments that we have. As I often say, he is just the better-looking identical twin of Keir Starmer when it comes to a lot of what they're trying to do. It's just Mark Carney isn't as transphobic. But when it comes to cuts of social services, cuts to the government, spending on military, he's destroying this country. But since he's a liberal, he's getting away with a lot of this bullshit. Whereas if this was a conservative government doing what he is doing, the liberals would be absolutely outraged, calling it out, all of this sort of stuff. But because it's under the banner of liberal, he's getting away with all of it. And there's conservatives crossing the floor to the liberals because the conservatives are looking at him like, we want him as leader. He's doing everything we want, and he's not Pierre Poilievre. So to chop spending, Ottawa will cut science, tourism, foreign aid programs. Let's see. Did I want to watch the video? Hey. You gotta quit attacking me. Come on. You want up on my lap so much? There we go. Say hi, Abernathy. There we go. There we go. I don't know how he does it all the time, but he has this weird thing that when he uses the litter box, he sometimes dips his nose into it. And so he has like litter crumbs on his nose that I have to clean off every now and then. And when he just does it, it's easy to take it off. But if it's been a while before I've seen it and it's like dried onto the tip of his nose, I have to use like a damp cloth to get them off. You're weird. I don't know why he does that all the time. Hey, ow, it's my earring. We're covering serious news here. Yes, we're covering very serious news. He's like, I want to bathe. Sweetie, can I put you down so I can cover the news? Very serious news. I still got a lot to do. I still have a lot to do, you know. You're interrupting my work. You're interrupting my work. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. He's like, no, I just want to have a bath. Okay, come on. Down you go. Down you go. There we go. Okay. Got some news. Yeah, so Mark Carney sucks. Let's see. So this is from Global News. The federal government has tabled details on how it plans to cut billions of dollars from programs that support science, tourism, harbor improvements, journalism, foreign aid, and even the development of Canadian-made lunar rover module. I think I did want to see the video on this. Well, I have seen the video, and sometimes I can't remember if I wanted to share the video or read the article, or both.
We say we're going to spend less so we can invest more. We found $60 billion of saving across different departments of the Government of Canada.
That's the line the Carney government has been using ever since the budget was tabled last fall. Now, new documents have been tabled in Parliament, which provide some details about where those $60 billion in savings are coming from. Some of the spending cuts come from a government-wide review aimed at finding efficiencies. Some savings will be had as programs expire or sunset.
Canadian families are tightening their belt. I think it's about time that the federal government does the same.
Some examples: there will be less money to maintain the country's small craft harbors. A program that gave grants to tourism operators will expire. The CBC will have its budget cut by $192 million.
Remember when the Liberals were all about like, ooh, Pierre Poilievre wants to cut the CBC. We can't let that happen. And all the Liberal voters were like, ooh, Pierre Poilievre, bad. Yeah, they're not so vocal now.
Canada will end its international climate finance funding commitment, and that move alone will save $812 million. The Canadian Space Agency is sending one of its astronauts, Jeremy Hansen, to the moon this year. But it's also losing 1/3 of its funding, or about $400 million. And, as a result, it will end development of a Canadian lunar rover module.
I like science. This is sad.
Yes, we need to look at savings. Yes, we need to use more technology. And I think Canadians at home understand that.
Some of the savings are because one-time only events are unlikely to be repeated next year. Canada Post, for example, is supposed to be self-financing, but it needed a one-time $2 billion contribution from the government last year. And that cash injection...
Okay, yeah. So Global News has analyzed this and then has getting a spending boost and not. So I put these both on the same screen for people to see. There we go. Just need to, there we go. Let's make this bigger. So things getting a spending boost. Department of Finance, Department of Employment and Social Development, Department of National Defense. Yeah, by 11.6%. Let's see. We have Transport, Communication Secretary, Establishment, Statistics Canada, Canada Border Servants Agencies, Department of Industry, Canadian Northern Economics Development Agency, Canadian Security Intelligence Service. That would be our spies. This one's up a lot. Canadian Review and Complaints Commissions of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. But where are we taking a hit? Taking spending hits. Canada Revenue Agency. Oof, that one's going to hurt because it's already pretty bad to get all your taxes and stuff in. Department of Fisheries and Oceans. That's going down by almost 70%. That's a massive, massive cut. Department of Indigenous Services. Can't say I'm shocked with that one. Department of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs. Global Affairs Canada. Canada Post Corporation. Yeah, that one should not be taking a funding hit. Let's see. Department of Citizenship and Immigration. Environment and Climate Change. Department of Public Works and Government Service. Department of Health. Via Rail Canada. Canadian Air Transport Security Authority. Canadian Space Agency, Office of the Chief Electoral Officer, Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food, Public Health Agency of Canada, Department of Canadian Heritage, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, Department of Natural Resources, Economic Energy of Canada Limited, Windsor-Detroit Bridge Authority. Okay, that one I don't care about too much. Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, that would be the CBC, Shared Services Canada, Department of Justice, Department of Western Economic Diversification. Feels like these should be reversed, and these should be getting a spending boost, while these are taking a spending hit. Just feels like it's a little unbalanced and should be switched around. Like, look at this, Canada Post Corporation going down. But they said, oh, well, there's a one-time thing of $2 billion, and that's what's doing it, I'm sure. This is far more than Stephen Harper. This is more cuts than any conservative government we've seen in a long, long time. But, you know, all the Liberals are staying quiet about it because it's their party that is doing the cutting. So the election, I'll just toss this into the SandBox for anybody who wants to read up more on it. So the election for the federal NDP is coming up in like this week. And I just wanted to share a couple of things. I don't endorse for this sort of thing because I'm not voting in it. It'd be nice for Avi Lewis to win. He doesn't have a seat in the House, but he wouldn't be the first NDP leader to not have a seat in the House and still be leader. Like before, I was kind of favoring Rob Ashton, but then the consultants got a hold of him. And I was hoping to have interviews with all candidates for it. I had interviews with 2 of the candidates, the 2 least likely to win. But more recently, I've been leaning more towards Avi, hoping that he'll win. But again, I'm not really endorsing. But of the 3 who I haven't interviewed, Avi's campaign was the only one to actually say he was too busy. Like, they're the only ones to actually, I got a response from a human. I got an automatic reply from Rob Ashton and just nothing from Heather. Just nothing. So Avi Lewis's campaign was the only one to be like, we're going to respond to your message at least. And so Fair Vote Canada, which is looking for something more along the lines of proportional representation as opposed to this first past the post bullshit we have. What would it take for NDP support in a Liberal minority? Rabble asked every leadership candidate. We're highlighting all who said proportional representation should be a condition. Here's Avi Lewis's response. So what would your conditions be for supporting a Liberal minority government? It's bigger this way. If the NDP holds a clear balance of power under my leadership, I would like to go in with just one demand: proportional representation. Not a commitment to studying it further, doing it later, holding a referendum or some other way for the Liberals to wiggle out of the commitment. But its full implementation after a citizens' assembly to decide the exact type of electoral system. It is the reform that unleashes all of the other reforms, and it will end once and for all the phenomenon of strategic voting, where people feel pressure to vote against something rather than voting for whichever party or candidate truly aligns with their values. It is also vital to preventing false majorities, where a party that wins 36% of the vote wields almost absolute power, such as in Ontario right now with Premier Doug Ford. What happens if Poilievre wins the next election in such a scenario? All of the progress made by the NDP in the last parliament, from dental care to the first steps on pharmacare, will be put at risk. This is why electoral reform is so important. Rather than a menu of demands, the NDP should have one clear condition next time, and it should be proportional representation. And I fully endorse that comment. We absolutely need some sort of proportional representation. Justin Trudeau got a majority the first time he was up for prime minister based on that promise. I personally know people who voted for him specifically for that, because we all know how unfair our system is. That's why there's so much voter apathy, why people don't feel like they should go out and vote, because it feels like our votes don't count. And for a lot of us, it doesn't. Which is why it's more important for people to go out and vote, because you need the numbers. So yeah, proportional representation is an absolute must if we want to start seeing real radical change in this country. But Leah Gazan is endorsing Avi Lewis, and I really, really like Leah Gazan. She's like one of my favorite MPs. She recently did an interview on The Breach on their YouTube channel. I recommend you go check it out, because they were talking about how to revitalize the NDP party and just some of her struggles and why she got involved in politics and all that sort of stuff. It was a really interesting interview. So you can go to The Breach on YouTube to see her interview. But here she says, I am deeply grateful for my decision to endorse Avi Lewis. He has reminded us that our power comes from what we already hold within our movement. Thank you to Avi and his incredible team for choosing integrity, lifting people up, and leading with positivity when it matters most. And so this is a post on Blue Sky. Our country needs, and this is from Avi, our country needs vision that doesn't just take the world as it is, but fights for a world we need. Now more than ever, Canada needs the NDP. Our campaign is charting the party's comeback, throwing open its doors to the 99% to build the biggest tents it has ever seen. Cast your ballot today. I would like to be able to interview him to find out what he means more about this, because, you know, there's things. Actually, am I following these two yet? I'm not following them. I should be following them. Whoops, no. This way. There we go. Follow. Because I'm very interested on what they're going to do about the NDP establishment that keeps out people who are more radical, people like me, who makes the barrier to entry into the NDP impossible, that keeps out candidates who would be more progressive. Like the NDP has actively been fighting against people like me from being in the party. So I want to know what Avi will do to change that, because the inner establishment of the NDP needs to go. It needs to be completely, like, everyone who is currently in the establishment of the NDP needs to be fired and new people brought on, because they have been so detrimental to the party. And I mean this federally, and here in Ontario, definitely provincially. Marit Stiles should not be the NDP leader right now, not by a long shot. So I'm really anxious to see who will be the leader of the Liberal Party, because I might be favoring them more, because Marit Stiles might as well be Liberal. But if there's a Liberal candidate that can energize enough people to come out and vote against Doug Ford, then I will endorse that. Well, I'm just basically endorsing not voting for Doug Ford. But I really, really hope that the Liberals bring on somebody who can bring a little bit of energy to the fight. But Marit Stiles should have stepped down. We should have somebody far more progressive in her spot, because right now there's no shades of difference between her and the Liberal Party. And we need somebody who can really energize the base and get them out, which is not her. But here's a little speech from him.
Canadians are ready for...
Don't hit me up, YouTube, because he decided to use music. It's so annoying when they do these ads on YouTube and or on Twitter and Blue Sky, and they have music on in the background without thinking for a minute, gee, is this shareable on YouTube? Or will the YouTube content creators who want to share our message have to take it out later on because of copyright issues with the music? It happens way more often than it should.
Building. Canadians are in the mood to do big things. We need a path and a vision that is in sync with the values that are shared by the vast majority of Canadians. Fairness, compassion, equality, responsible stewardship, and international solidarity. Our country needs a vision that doesn't
Doing a little break to break up the music.
take the world just as it is.
Can I speed this up? Darn it, I don't think I have that option. I have it on Twitter where you can speed it up. I don't think I have the option on Blue Sky.
But actually articulates where we want to go. We look at these overlapping crises and we don't flinch. We offer solutions as big as the crises we face. We are talking about embracing a 21st century economy and charting a uniquely and quintessentially Canadian course.
I'm just getting paranoid about the music. We can win a country with decent work and functional public services. Our people are coming home. People who have had a membership before, people who are coming back at the party after decades. We can do this. We can fling to the 99. We can build the main, not the money. And as my grandson said in the 40s, we can make this a political instrument of the people. We're doing it. Let's get to work. With lots of applause. Okay. That was like totally on there. Yes, that was Joel. From the looks of it. I can't remember. He's an NDP, MPP, I believe. I don't know his last name off the top of my head, but I do know that was Joel. From the looks of it anyway. And John Davis saying the Greens will rule the UK, and somebody, Soul Life, apparently the left in the UK just had a huge victory with Greens taking first and Labour taking third. Yes, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but yeah, I follow Owen Jones, and he was all over that story. So yes, Zach Polanski is who we need right now for Premier of Ontario. That's who we need in charge of our NDP, is Zach Polanski or somebody like him. But, you know, I'm kind of jealous of the Green Party in the UK because they're actually what I wish we could get here in Canada to help energize the base and stuff. Hardin. Yes, Joel Hardin, the Wild West. Okay, so I have 2 more dockets after this. I've only been at this for 3 hours. One is Ontario news, well, provincial. So there's some Albertan and then mostly Ontario, Doug Ford stuff, but some stuff about Danielle Smith because, yeah, she's also horrible. And then I have a docket about the police, cops not copping on cops, and some trans-related stories. So I'll try to move faster through that so we have time to just kind of unwind and chit-chat afterwards. Going quickly check the SandBox. Welcome to the SandBox, Emma VBA2. Collab it up. I would like that. And yes, welcome all you pond jumpers who are still here. Because I know it's getting pretty late over there. Let's see. So Life, I heard of a case where a woman needed a wheelchair or lift and the state refused to help her, but because she needed it to live, they offered her free euthanasia instead. There's a lot of stories going on around like that sort of thing, and I don't know how much is accurate or not because there's some people that be like, oh, they just offered me maid while I was in the hospital. And some people would be like, ah, they did that. Whereas like, they might have presented the option, but not said you should do it or something. Like there's a lot of like litter box stories going around, like the litter box in the schools. And there's a lot of those types of stories going on around about maid, that it's just being offered out, that they're going into nursing homes and just offering it to people and stuff. And I don't know how much of that is accurate. I would suspect a lot of it is not. So I have heard of a case of somebody needing like a wheelchair lift and something about maid, but I don't know if it's like, oh, you should just do this. And the reality is that there are some dicks out there that might be like, we just want to get rid of people who live with disabilities. And so they'll be a little bit more offhanded about that sort of comment. But you shouldn't be able to get maid because you need a lift. It's just, but it's so hard to you know, weed through the weeds. That's not the right phrase, but yeah, weed through the weeds on what are accurate stories versus what are litter box stories. Have a good night, Wendy and Andrew. Welcome to the SandBox and have a good night. Sorry to hear that, Alan Soar. Talking about maid. Yeah, I don't think we'll be opening up to foreign nationals. But, sorry you're going through it. Reference frame, how dare Canada have made people should only die if their health insurance is denied and are poor like we do in the US. Mega idiot, yeah. The Wild West. Okay, so my cousins who work in the USA isn't safe? I wouldn't think so. One typo or something and he or they could be detained. The Wild West. I'm a cleany kitty, yes. Abernathy just coming up onto me to have a bath. And I will not use a spray bottle on his nose. Soul Life. Reference frame, look at those cool little beans. They're not so little. He has big paws. Grand Theft Autobot. AI department needs funds, but not science. Yeah. The Wild West. Oh shit, my org is on the defund list. Sorry to hear that. Reference frame, I ranked Tony McQuail first and Avi Lewis second. Yes, I had an interview with Tony McQuail and Neil Johnstone. Mark Lem, sift through the weeds? That might be it. That might be more about it. But, and welcome to the SandBox in 1216 Rockman. It's not quite Sandy with an I. It's Sandy with 2 E's. And I'm doing well. Thank you for coming out and hanging out in the SandBox. Appreciate it. Sift through the weeds? Is it sift through the weeds? I think weed through the weeds also it's not the phrase. There is it sift through the weeds? Swim through the weeds, maybe? I don't know. So life, if Robert Mueller exonerated Trump's name, then why is Trump so happy he passed away? Yeah. Saw that. Robert Mueller is dead. He left quite the legacy, huh? So frustrating. So frustrating. All of this. Donald Trump could have been avoided if they just actually held people accountable way back when. If they actually held powerful people accountable, none of this would be happening. We wouldn't be on the brink of, like, what is it? Our way of life being completely obliterated. Not that for a lot of us our way of life was great, but when it gets obliterated, it's not going to be improved. I'd rather, you know, I'd rather be on the iceberg than the Titanic, knowing that the iceberg will eventually melt away, but at least then I have time to figure out how to make a new iceberg or something. See, that is totally an amazing analogy. Just like the analogy I put in the description that I was thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to use that, and then totally forgot to use it, where, you know, the way that Israel and the United States is acting towards Iran, it's like, you know, they hear a kettle whistling and they're pissed off about that whistling, so they yell at the kettle as opposed to, you know, the fire underneath the kettle causing it to whistle. That's kind of what it feels like right now, with the way everyone is yelling at Iran for how dare they launch attacks without, you know, blaming why they're attacking, the attacks that are causing them to attack. See, these are brilliant analogies that I'm having. Hello, Looney Tunes. Welcome to the SandBox. I'm all about the amazing analogies. Oh, well, why don't we hammer through the provincial one? I want to start wrapping things up, and I still have so much to go through. So here we have Albertan news. Danielle Smith. I don't think she's quite as corrupt as Doug Ford, but she is giving him a run for his money. So the breakdown, if you want to follow Albertan politics, is a wonderful account to follow. They're usually on top of everything, saying, wow, there have long been rumors that Danielle Smith received a gift of a solid gold cat a few years ago. Today, Nenshi called her out on that luxury watches as well. So Nenshi here is the leader of the Alberta NDP, none of which Smith denied. Instead, she hid behind the ethics laws she rewrote and gutted. So yes, she changed the law to make it so that she can do ethic violations. Just like here, Doug Ford is going to change the law to make it so he doesn't have to abide by freedom of information. Pretty much when a conservative doesn't like a law because it makes them look bad, they just rewrite it. I really wish we had better checks and balances.
Alberta taxpayers spent $65,000 so that the Premier could accept hundreds of thousands of dollars, more than a house, from a foreign government.
That's right.
This was not hockey tickets. It wasn't even luxury.
Where can you get a house for hundreds of thousands of dollars these days in Canada?
Watches as gifts. It would be, if true, the largest kickback any politician in Canadian history has ever received, worth more than a house in Alberta. And of course, this doesn't include other undisclosed gifts from foreign governments, including a giant golden cat.
I want a giant golden cat.
Will the Premier...
I should be Premier of Alberta. I was born there, so I have citizenship when they decide to separate.
Disclose all gifts she has received from foreign governments.
Premier.
Well, yes, Mr. Speaker. Whenever we have any kind of protocol exchange, I always report that to the Ethics Commissioner, and then the Ethics Commissioner indicates whether or not we have to receive it on behalf of the Government of Alberta, whether we have to disclose this. We have.
Yeah, the Ethics Commissioner and stuff, you know, those laws that I rewrote, and yeah, I'm not going to address the golden cat. I want to see the golden cat.
Very clear rules about that, Mr. Speaker. The disclosures, I've had my
Yeah, we have very clear rules that I wrote.
We had a number of exchanges with him in advance so that he understood that we were...
Anyway, that's enough of that, because there's still a little bit more on her type of corruption. So Danielle Smith was forced to admit to a secret trip she kept from the public. On her trip to the Middle East, she and her staff accepted gifts of private flights and hotel rooms from the Saudi government.
When it comes to the flight that the member was asking about to Saudi Arabia, first of all,
Where's the golden cat?
I can happily give a list of the individuals that we met with in the Middle East. I had an opportunity to meet His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud. I met him at the World Petroleum Congress when I first announced our intention to grow our oil and gas production to 8 million barrels per day. And he and I had a bond over the fact that we believe that we should be reducing global poverty at the same time.
Aw, you bonded over the fact that they should be reducing global poverty, did you? Mm-hmm. I believe that. Mm-hmm. That's quite the touching thing to bond over. We need to reduce poverty globally.
Same time as we're reducing global emissions and making sure we have energy security. And so that friendship...
Yes, the oil giants of Canada and the world are like, let's reduce emissions, huh? Yeah, right.
Developed into a invitation for me to be hosted by him in the kingdom. And
anyway, enough of that. Sorry, I just kind of want to get through everything. So Alberta Smith says she took private flights on behalf of Saudi government. Do I want to see this video on it, or is it the same thing?
Alberta Premier Danielle Smith says she traveled on a private plane on behalf of the Saudi government during a trip to the Middle East last
The Premier and a few members of her staff had traveled to Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, in late October, early November to discuss potential collaborations on energy development, artificial intelligence, and more. I think we get where we're going with this. Like, there's only... I thought there was something... Is it in this one? Well, somebody points out that she wasn't at one of the vote to take away the rights of striking teachers because she was busy, you know, flying over to Saudi Arabia and getting a big golden cat. I want to see how big it is too. So the Premier's office had never discussed the flight publicly before the Smith confirmed it at a legislative committee meeting Tuesday in response to a budget question put to her by opposition leader Nahid. Nenshi Smith said the Provincial Ethics Commissioner had signed off on any non-commercial travel ahead of the trip and was proposed by the Saudi government for efficiency purposes and to place limited commercial airline services. Let's see. Oh, right. I did want to get down to this. The Premier's comments came in response to Nenshi asking about apparent receipts missing from the trip and noting that the Premier and her staff have flown to this place, the Saudi capital, and flown out of Dubai in the UAE. Nenshi had said the trip cost Alberta taxpayers some $64,000 and questioned Smith's claim that there was a limited commercial airline service between the two centers, saying it was one of the most popular commercial flight paths in the world. He also called on her to table legislative any advice she was given by the Ethics Commissioner on accepting a flight. Nenshi said in a statement later Tuesday that he was disappointed that Smith waved off questions about appropriateness of accepting flights. I asked her twice to table her correspondence with the ethics commissioners. I expect her to do so. Travel expenses were a key theme of the committee meeting, with Nenshi also asking Smith to justify, oh yeah, I did want to get to this, the nearly $20,000 spent on her trip last year to fundraising gala in Florida, where she spoke alongside controversial conservative media personality Ben Shapiro. Gosh, I guess that was March of 2025, so not only this past fiscal year, but I guess the previous year. So it was 2 public accounts ago, Smith said on Tuesday about the trip. Gosh darn it, did I talk to Ben last year? Guess so. She said PragerU, the company that the event was benefiting, had connections to member of U.S. President Donald Trump's Republican Party, and her goal was to discuss how bad the president's tariff plan was for the economy on both sides of the border. Yep. So the Alberta taxpayers spent $20,000 towards PragerU and Ben Shapiro so that Danielle Smith could go down and have a chit-chat. Smith responding to Nenshi saying Shapiro has anti-Muslim values. Does he? And that her appearance with him harmed the community. Okay, I was reversing something. So Smith responding to Nenshi saying Shapiro has anti-Muslim values, which is true. I thought I was reading it as Smith saying that Shapiro didn't have that, but no, it's Nenshi saying he does, which he does, and that her appearance with him harmed the community. Said her appearance doesn't mean she agrees with everything Shapiro says. At least we agree that tariffs are bad, and I think that's very positive message for him to be getting out. Yeah, we both agree tariffs are bad, so I'm not going to care about all of his Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, all that. I'm not going to care about that. I'm not going to care about his Zionism. We just agree with tariffs. You know, it's that 2% agreement that we should be focused on. So this is from the Alberta NDP, Danielle Smith's defense for posing with a right-wing influencer spreading anti-Muslim hate. At least we agree our tariffs are bad. That trip cost you $20,000. You're welcome, Alberta.
Now, Mr. Shapiro, who the Premier appeared on stage with, has a lot of anti-Muslim values that he has expressed. It caused a lot of division in the community. Does the Premier feel that this was worth it, given the division it caused? And can the Premier name one measurable outcome from the PragerU trip that justified nearly $20,000 in public money? We got one YouTube video out of it. Was one YouTube video worth $20,000?
My YouTube videos are worth $20,000. That'd be nice, but no, I don't. I maybe get $20 sometimes, depending on super chats. That's about it. I maybe get $2 per video.
As for Ben Shapiro's comments, he's a Jewish man. I'm not Jewish. I don't want to comment on the Jewish experience as I'm not Muslim and don't want to comment on the Muslim experience.
I'm not Jewish or Muslim, so I don't want to comment on this experience. You know, Ben, he's a Jewish man, so he gets to be the Pope with the Jews.
And so I would just say that he has his own views based on the fact that is his heritage. And so
yeah,
we
his
don't have to
heritage
agree
of
with
being a
everything
Zionist.
every person says in order to talk and have a conversation with them. And so at least we agreed that tariffs are bad. And I think that that's a very positive message for him to be getting out.
Now, Mr. Shapiro, who the Premier appeared on stage.
And so Nate Pike, who's part of the breakdown, just says Smith spent how much taxpayer money on flights, including first-class ticket for Rob Anderson to meet Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and made such an impression that he completely forgot her. This Premier should be embarrassed because she's certainly embarrassing. So Nenshi just revealed that not only do any of the people Smith claimed to have met in the U.S. have any record of her, not only do they, but when she greeted Trump at the G7, he had no idea who she was. This after her taxpayer trips to Mar-a-Lago and PragerU. Yes, Donald Trump be like, new number, who dis, when she shows up.
Was one YouTube video worth $20,000? Now, last year I sat in the gallery and the Premier spent nearly 2 minutes detailing a list of every American official that she had met in her advocacy. And I thank the Premier for giving us that list because my staff actually contacted every one of them. Every single person the Premier said she met last time. And through the chair, I will tell you that not one of them has a record of a meeting with this Premier. Not one.
That sounds very sketchy.
And we know that the President Trump didn't recognize her on the tarmac when she greeted him at the G7. Was one YouTube video worth $20,000?
That'd be embarrassing. And last article here about Alberta. Alberta government closing Calgary Lethbridge supervised drug consumption sites. Because Ontario is all about closing those supervised consumption sites, and now Alberta. So the Alberta government is shutting down the province's first ever supervised drug consumption site. Public Safety Minister Mike Ellis says the Sheldon M Centre in Calgary, as well as the mobile service in Lethbridge, will be shuttered as the next step in the province's move to recovery-orientated approach to addiction. Ellis says the funding for the 2 sites will be transitioned into different support services. People will not be left without support, he told reporters when he made the announcement Friday afternoon in Calgary. Both sites are slated to close the end of June. That's a bunch of bullshit, because Doug Ford said the same thing here, and that didn't happen, and people have died. Shutting down supervised consumption sites it's unnecessary cruelty, because they always say, oh, well, we'll have recovery-orientated approaches and stuff of that sort. Supervised consumption sites also offer help and counseling and other things that people need when they're ready. To shut them down is basically saying you don't care if these people die. It's gross. Anyway, on to Doug Ford. Again, I just kind of want to hammer through this because I still have another docket to get through after this. So Doug Ford accused of limiting transparency law because of cell phone defeat in court. Well, apparently he has said, yes, that is the case.
The cybersecurity, but the bigger issue is, I'm not pulling a rabbit out of our hat here. This is
no, he's pulling it out of his ass.
Exactly what the federal government has done. I find it very ironic that you haven't been up in Ottawa and asking. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on, folks. Let me just finish before you attack me. Okay, so what I'm saying is we're duplicating what the federal government's doing and provinces right across the country. So again, 95%, you know all this, 95% will be FOI-able, but cabinet confidentiality, personal conversations, that's not for a public to review.
And guess what? The public doesn't get to review personal stuff. That's never been allowed with the FOIs. The FOIs is only things that pertain to the public with businesses and stuff. And he has admitted that he's reversing or getting rid of the FOI thing because of his cell phone records. He is hiding something astronomically big in it. There is like corruption to a scale unheard of on his personal cell phone devices. And like all these people upset about Hillary Clinton's emails on her personal server. Where are they about this? He's using his fucking personal cell phone to do government business on and not releasing those records when the courts have determined they need to be, and he's still not doing it. He is hiding something fucking big in it.
Someone that may send me something is very, very personal. Maybe you think you should air dirty, other issues they're having with their family for secrecy on personal confidential information or on a cell phone. It's very simple. We are transparent and everything.
We are transparent. We're just making sure that you don't see anything. Yeah. We are transparent as they are passing a law to make it so that FOIs are no longer available for him.
That we do goes to the Ontario Public Service, and you can review it, anything, and there's a ton of information going to the Ontario Public Service, so you can look into that. But when it comes to a conversation within cabinet and on personal cell phones, that's not, should be FOI-able.
Well, then you shouldn't be doing government business on your fucking personal cell phone.
And I know you guys. You'll pull up every single number and someone's health records, and you'll do everything you can if you don't see eye to eye with someone. But what we're focused on is making sure that any confidential information.
So facing the prospect of a general strike in 2022 over his government's use of notwithstanding clause to legislate education support staff back to work, Ontario Premier Doug Ford blinked. At a hastily scheduled news conference, he said he would rescind the law, explaining he'd been on the phone all night returning calls about the move. But call records obtained by Global News show Ford's work on phone hadn't been used. Ford's work phone hadn't been used. Months of call logs from the period, which also include decisions to remove protected land from the green belt, were blank. Through a lengthy Freedom of Information appeals process, government lawyers admitted Ford uses his personal phone to make and receive calls in his capacity as Premier. The Information and Privacy Commissioner, which oversees access to information, appealed the Appeals ruled the premier was using his personal phone to bypass transparency and order him to disclose the records. The government refused, seeking a judicial review. That case was heard in December, and the panel of 3 judges rejected it in less than 3 weeks. The province said it intended to appeal, but a few weeks later, it unveiled sweeping retroactive changes to Freedom of Information laws that would effectively void the defeat. So, literally making new laws to protect him. The changes would exclude all calls, communication, and other records belonging to cabinet ministers, the premier, and their staff from public release and scrutiny. In a blistering statement, the IPC accused the Ford and his ministers of moving the goalposts after losing in court. By changing the law retroactively, the government's message is plain. If oversight bodies get in the way, just change the rules, the commissioner wrote in a statement. Ford sidestepped a question about his cell phone on Monday, saying he won't release confidential information about people's lives. Existing Freedom of Information laws would not lead to the release of personal information, only calls the premier made or received from government staff, ministers, or lobbyists and stakeholders. This isn't anything new, Ford said. It's not pulling a rabbit out of the hat. It's just duplicating what other provinces had. Yeah. So he is hiding something monumentally big in it. So this is a little bit more from Global News about this particular thing. I don't need to go over the top part here. It's all... Global News has been in a battle to get those cell phone records released. So how much the entire ordeal has cost the taxpayers, however, remains unclear. The Ministry of Attorney General won't say how much time its in-house lawyers or external counsel has spent fighting in front of Information and Privacy Commissioner or Ontario's Divisional Court. Global News asked the Attorney General's office a series of questions, including how much had been spent on the appeals and legal battle, or whether external lawyers had been hired. Despite calls, emails, and texts, no response was received ahead of publication. Taxpayer money is going into Doug Ford hiding his cell phone records. The taxpayers are paying for that because every time he goes to court and everything, it's taxpayer money. So he's using taxpayer money to hide the corruption he is doing. Ontario NDP leader Mart Stiles says the public deserves to know how much time and money has gone into the legal battle. This premier has no respects for taxpayer dollars. He is going to spend people's hard-earned tax dollars to dodge accountability. He should at least share the price tag with Ontarians, she wrote in a statement. Doug Ford is rewriting the rules to protect his own behind. If there's nothing to hide, why go to such lengths to stop the phone records from coming out? It's quite obvious that he's worried about what we may find in the records. Yeah. So, to distract the public from the fact that he is hiding massive corruption in his cell phone records, he's done a flood of announcements. And so this person's just saying, trying to keep track of the Doug Ford announcements from the past week or two. Am I missing anything? There's the new convention center, which would also require infilling part of Lake Ontario. $750 gift cards to teachers while doing nothing to actually repair school classrooms or get more teachers in the classroom. YTZ expropriation, that is the Billy Bishop Airport. I have an article on here that goes into slightly more detail. The FOI restrictions, beer at outdoor events, I have an article on that one. HOV access for single occupancy vehicles, have that. Amalgamation of conservative authorities. I don't have an article on that. I had one last time, but I didn't find it all that terribly relevant. But yeah, he's just blasting all this stuff out there to try to distract people from his cell phone records. But here, so Doug Ford is flooding the zone to distract from transparency controversy. And so they're just pointing out a few more. So a reminder that he also did this late Friday afternoon. Ford posted a pre-recorded video on his social media saying his government would seek an injunction to ban the Al-Quds Day rally in downtown Toronto, something that had been going on for decades without a problem. The video was posted before lawyers filed paperwork with the courts. The government didn't have its case heard until 3 hours before the event, which happens every year, was due to take place. The judge threw out the request, saying the province had failed to meet the legal threshold. I've already covered that. You can go back in my live streams to find out more about it. So he's also made the announcement about opening shopping malls on both Family Day and Victoria Day because he was upset that on Family Day he went to Home Depot and it wasn't open. Then over the weekend, Ontario's Attorney General wrote a letter to the federal government asking it to consider legalizing pepper spray in self-defense. Monday saw Ford's announce a legally complicated plan to live stream bail hearings. On Tuesday morning, the Ministry of Transportation said it would begin allowing vehicles without passengers to use high-occupancy vehicle lanes. Hours after that, the government unveiled a broadening of its tailgating rules, which won't come into effect until September. Again, this is all done just in the past week and a half to distract people from his cell phones. So it's a distraction, flood the zone, as many stories as you can. So you're not talking about the Premier trying to hide from accountability, Ontario Liberal MPP John Fraser said. Between the announcements, Ford has also taken questions about transparency changes. On Tuesday, he appeared to acknowledge the sweeping changes were motivated by a desire to keep his call log secret. And we just went over that, but a little bit more on some of the things that he's hiding. So Tina Yazdani, critics are accusing the Ford government of flooding the zone, making a wave of announcements to overwhelm the media and confuse the public and exhaust political opponents. They say the Premier is trying to distract after changing access laws to keep his cell phone records secret.
Critics are calling it Project Distract. The Ford government has made a flurry of back-to-back announcements this week, and critics say it is all in an effort to change the channel, as the Premier faces growing backlash over his decision to change access laws so that his cell phone records are kept secret.
It's Project Distract this week.
It is called flooding the zone, and it is a political tactic to release massive amounts of news, to overwhelm the media, confuse the public, and exhaust political opponents. It also diverts attention away from critical and sometimes controversial issues. So if you missed it, the Ford government announced last week it is changing access laws so that the Premier, cabinet ministers, and their offices are exempt, essentially taking away the public's access to their records.
There has to be something really significant for the Premier to be dropping so many of these predictable announcements. My goodness, it's booze, it's pepper spray, you name it, anything that he can find to distract from the fact that he just simply is losing in court and does not want anybody to be able to access his cell phone records.
So let's go through some of the announcements this week. First, the Ford government called for the legalization of pepper spray for self-defense. Then they announced they're looking to change highway laws so that unaccompanied drivers could sometimes use HOV lanes. They're also expanding BYOB rules in Ontario so that you can bring your own beer or wine to outdoor public events. And
Gee, what could go wrong with that?
Today they announced they're making it illegal to resell tickets in Ontario for more than their original price.
Something that the Liberals had in place that Doug Ford overturned when he became Premier.
Opposition says they will be turning up the pressure next week when the spring session begins and MPPs return to the legislature. They will be pushing the Premier to reveal what is on his cell phone and why he doesn't want the public to see it.
We need to see those call logs, absolutely. So a little bit more on some of the distractions that he's throwing out there. Ford says he's going to take over Billy Bishop Airport. What happens now? Experts say it would take years and high price tag for the airport to see any big changes. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says the province will take over Billy Bishop Airport from the city's jurisdiction to allow bigger jets to land on the island, but experts say it could take years before any real changes come to the area. At a news conference Tuesday, Ford said he recently told Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow the province would expropriate the city-owned land of the island airport. Nobody wants this. I was very straightforward with her that we will be taking over the airport, he said. Shay Raymond, Toronto-based lawyer and former president of the Ontario Expropriation Association, said taking control of lands governed by another level of government by expropriation is usually a last resort. If Ontario is serious about doing this, the process itself could take up to a year, he said. Billy Bishop Airport is currently governed by an agreement between the City of Toronto, Transport Canada, and Toronto Port Authority. The city owns about 20% of the land where the airport sits, according to the city's website. Ford has said bringing jets to Billy Bishop would also bring jobs and economic benefits to the airport and surrounding region. The current agreement doesn't outright ban larger jets, but the size of the runway and noise reduction standards means they won't fly in or out of Billy Bishop. So Locals say they don't want jets off the island. The city currently has plans to expand the runway at Billy Bishop Airport by 2027, according to a statement Tuesday from Shifrin, a spokesperson for Chow. She said the mayor hasn't seen a formal proposal in the province to expand the airport, but any proposal should take input from Torontonians into account. And many Toronto residents who live in the area near Lakeshore Boulevard are concerned about how expanding the airport and allowing jets would impact their neighborhood. Yeah, it's a tiny little island that they want to have jets on. Anyway, opening HOV lanes to all passenger vehicles during off-peak hours is one of the most common sense ways we're fighting gridlock and getting people moving across Ontario. Yes, it's common sense to open up an extra lane when traffic isn't a problem. Yeah, the high occupancy vehicle lanes, which shockingly, you just need 2 people in a vehicle for that to be considered. Which I've been on the highway and the amount of cars on there. So the vast majority, 95% of cars have 1 person driving. What would help is a train, a high-speed train between this area and Toronto. But yeah, let's open up that lane during off-peak hours, so when it's not busy, to help with traffic. Ontario may allow more drivers to use HOV lanes. Lone drivers battling gridlock may soon be able to make use of carpool lanes to get around Ontario highways faster during certain times of the day. The HOV lanes are also there to encourage people to double up in their driving, as opposed to just being a single vehicle. It encourages carpooling. The Ford government is eyeing changes to the Highway Traffic Act that would allow single-occupant vehicles to use high-occupancy vehicle HOV lanes during off-peak hours. Gridlock is costing our economy billions of dollars every year, robbing Ontarian drivers of valuable time and quality of life. By allowing single-occupant vehicles to use HOV lanes during off-peak hours, we would help keep drivers moving across the province so they can spend less time in traffic and more time with their fans and family. Again, get a train. Next, Ontario to allow bring your own alcohol beverages at outdoor public events. What could possibly go wrong?
As of April 30th, the Ford government says it will be BYOB at designated cultural and community events.
We're talking about general venues, cultural venues outside. They should be able to have a glass of wine or a beer. And this is not the first time this has happened. It's happened before that certain special occasions we allow people to drink at a festival or in a park and do it responsibly.
The term tailgating is generally reserved for sport.
The way that Doug Ford loves people to be drunk, it won't be long before your tap will just, like every household tap will connect to a keg. He just wants everyone drunk. Like he's making alcohol so utterly accessible and all over the place that he's going to cause an epidemic of addiction to alcohol in this province. Again, the amount of destruction he is doing is going to take generations to fix.
Sporting events in the U.S., so the province simply wants to say, bring your own alcohol, and expand that to events like outdoor farmers markets and neighborhood events and festivals. In order for this to happen, municipalities would have to pass a bylaw allowing the use of alcohol in public if they do not have one already. Toronto, for instance, does allow alcohol in a number of parks in the city during certain hours, but this would have to be an extension of that, and the mayor is concerned.
I'm sure that having more ways for people to enjoy the city is a good thing, and but they might want to sit down and order something because we also want to help out local businesses. And because a lot of these street festivals are organized by the Business Improvement Area, the local BIA, and so we want to make sure they don't lose out either.
Those running the events would have to apply for bring your own permits through the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. The Ford government says the effort will be to try and drive tourism and help local economies, while saving attendees money and lowering overhead costs for organizers. The Ossington BIA, however, says it spends a great deal of money putting together its annual one-day Ozfest already, and this could impact businesses even further. What might that do for the businesses in the area?
I think it definitely has a high potential to cut into their revenue generating opportunities for which is one of the busiest days of the year for a lot of our member businesses, Ozfest. Anecdotally, many have told me that it's one of their top 2 or 3 sales days of the year.
This comes in addition to a number of other things the Ford government has implemented in the last couple of years, including allowing beer, wine, and ready-made cocktails into corner stores and gas stations, and allowing the so-called pedal pubs on the streets last summer. Mark McAllister, City News, Queen's Park.
Yeah. Also, this is from Norwell. Internal documents reveal Ontario will not share endangered species plans with public. The Doug Ford government will not publish guidance for bringing at-risk species back from the brink. Plans that were underway when Bill 5 passed, removing requirements for recovery plan. Sorry, got a scratch in my throat and I'm out of my drink, so I need to go grab another. I'll be right back. Okay, that's better. This is a really ridiculously long article, but it's good to go over, so throwing it into the SandBox. So here's the summary of the article. Internal documents reveal Ontario government does not intend to publicly release recovery plans for several endangered species, including eastern wolf. Conservation scientists say species recovery plans are important tools to guide their work and information decision-making around where to invest resources. Recent legislative changes under Bill 5 have removed the requirement for Ontario to prepare recovery plans for endangered species, but the plans in questions were already under development when those changes came into effect. So, Doug Ford, the most transparent government ever. But endangered species can just die off, and we're not going to let people know. Anyway, so this is from Colin DeMello from Global News. The Ford government is getting poor grades on a number of priority issues, according to new Ipsos poll, which says most PCs are doing poor or very poor job on healthcare, education, affordability, and economy and housing. Again, I don't like sharing poll data because I already know this. The poll just validates what I already know. Everyone hates Doug Ford. He would still win a majority if an election was held today.
Well, these are not the kind of polling numbers any government wants to see going into question period on Monday. The poll finds that while the Progressive Conservatives would be re-elected today, the Ford government appears to be getting a failing grade on some of the kitchen table issues that people care about the most. 1 year after the snap election, and the Progressive Conservatives are still in majority territory. But look beneath the surface, and voters are offering a different perspective on health care, education, and the economy.
Yeah, and if an election is held on those two issues, either one of those two issues, the government would be in trouble.
Yes, if the election was actually held on the issues, then the Conservatives would never win. But since elections are never held based on issues, the Conservatives win.
New polling from Ipsos found that when it comes to interprovincial trade and Trump...
Again, here's why I'm not a fan of polls, because they actually do have some of this information down here. Poll conducted between March 10th and 11th, 2026. Sample of 801 Ontario residents age 18 plus interviewed online. Plus or minus 4.2 percentage points, 19 times out of 20. So yeah, 800 people is who this poll is based on. That's why I don't tend to care about polls that much, but also it doesn't matter because he would still, it doesn't matter what his approval rating is. He will still win.
The Premier scores well, but voters are more pessimistic on Doug Ford's handling of Ontario's economy and jobs.
Dealing with Donald Trump, dealing with interprovincial trade, Doug Ford does as well as anybody. But when it comes to what is actually happening in people's own individual lives, that's where the numbers get troubling.
Yeah, when it's anything to do that actually affects us, then we don't like it, but we like his folksy personality.
Key issues like health care and education, the Ford government is being met with overwhelming negativity. Bread and butter issues that political strategists suggest is the Premier's weak spot.
No one in this province believes the healthcare system is doing well and feels optimistic about its future. Talk to parents across the province, they feel frustrated with the state of the education system. Ontarians, I don't think, are feeling the optimism that they would rather they do be feeling, and I think that's what you're seeing that reflected here in the numbers.
The polling shows even more red ink on the government's ability to tame the debt and deficit, on making life in the province affordable, and on building housing. But pollsters say it's not all doom and gloom for the government. While 60% say the Ford government is on the wrong track, 40% still have confidence in the Premier.
And that's the rub right there. And if we go back to Avi Lewis saying proportional representation is something that he would absolutely implement under the NDP, this is the problem. You don't even need 40% to get a majority. Doug Ford has a majority with only about 18% of possible votes, because less than half of possible voters came out. And then of those voters, a certain percentage voted for Doug Ford, which was the plurality, which got him the majority. But when you calculate it down, you're looking at only about 18% of possible votes. And he is fucking destroying this province with that.
That is good enough.
As long as Doug Ford's hanging around 40%, the two opposition parties are dividing the opposition vote, and they're not able to unite behind one party for the purposes of change.
And that's why Bonnie Styles and Bonnie Crumby and Marit Styles were horrible leaders, is that they were too similar. And I had the joke that you couldn't tell them apart even when I had pictures of them up. You didn't know which one was which because they were so similar. We need a party that's going to be fully progressive and offer the people a vision of a better place to live. And neither the NDP nor the Liberal government does that right now. And so voter apathy is just bottomed out. People don't get involved. They don't vote. And if you go back and watch my breakdowns of the last Ontario election, you will see I blame everyone. I blame the media, I blame the leaders, and I blame the voters. Because at some point saying, well, I don't like any of the options is a poor excuse for the fact that every other party had pledged to double the rates of ODSP. Doug Ford did not. Which means that come the next election, there are people who will not be in this world anymore who would have been alive had any other party been in power. 80,000 people in tent encampments. People are losing their lives. The amount of social murder Doug Ford is responsible for is astronomical. And it could have been prevented if we had another one of these milquetoast parties in power. Because I'd rather be fighting from a place of having my head above water versus fighting from, being dragged down below.
This persists.
Political strategists say the opposition could show contrast by offering a more optimistic tone.
The Ontario Liberals and the NDP really have to actually take advantage of the current moment and not let this fly underneath the radar.
Critics are accusing the government of trying to get away from these bad polling numbers by flooding the zone with announcements. Take, for example...
Yeah, and we already went over all of that, so... Okay, I can close these tabs. And yes, I do live in Ontario, 1216 Rockman. It's not the only reason why I focus so much on Ontario politics. Almost half the population of Canada lives in this province, but I do live here, so I am more familiar with it. But I do cover other provinces like Alberta, Nova Scotia, BC, like when it's big in the news. Okay, one more docket to go. But first, we're checking the SandBox. Let's see, talking about emojis. Lots of talk about emojis. Yes, everyone, switch to live chat, not top chat. So Life at Canada is seeing the same trend in alcohol use going down, so lobbyists are in his ear. I don't know. In 1216 Rockman, I support bring your own booze, but I don't care for Ford. I do not support bring your own booze to events, and there's several reasons for it. It's harder to monitor who has those booze, so it's easier for minors to get their hands on alcohol, because you would need people basically going through the crowds to be card checking everyone. Also, there's a lot more littering of cans and bottles around, much more smash bottles around. It's easier for people to get unruly and drunk because when you buy it from a venue, they have to have their smart serve, but nobody has their smart serve in a crowd, and alcohol is just, it can be handed out to so many different people. So there are some checks when you're buying it at a venue because there's people with smart serve to at least gauge how drunk somebody is. And so then there's no checks on the kind of alcohol, what type of alcohol, if the alcohol is spiked with anything else that might make it more dangerous. Lots more instances of people traveling with alcohol, which means more instances of drunk driving and things of that sort. Like, I can understand from a cost-saving perspective why people would want to bring their own alcohol to these events. Overall, it's a bad idea. People can pre-drink at home if they really want to. But the idea of just having alcohol that accessible, that public, it's going to lead to disaster, especially at events where people can get very animated to begin with. And 1216, yeah, doesn't matter. Ford still gets a majority. Yeah. That's why I usually, when some people be like, oh, well, look at Ford's approval rating. It's so low, the lowest ever. And it's like, it doesn't matter what his approval rating is. All that matters is who comes out and votes. I rag on David Dole, Rational National. I've replied to a couple of his tweets about that sort of thing where he's like, look at the poor approval rating of Doug Ford. And it's like, his approval rating was bad at the last election, but he still got a majority. Because, again, less than half the population who could vote went out and voted. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. New Progressive Part of Canada. Well, I call it Progressive Party of Canada, or PPC for short. Oh, wait, no. Okay, let's just hammer through this last docket so that I can rest my throat. Still recovering from the cold, but it's just a lingering cough that I have right now, and I can almost sleep through the entire night, so there's that. So this last docket, there's two main stories in it. One is about cops holding cops accountable. And the other one, some stories about how trans folks are under attack. Sorry, just a sec. I don't think I have any more lozenges out here. Just a second, I need to go get some lozenges. Sorry, it's like super dry in here and it's really affecting my voice after speaking for over 4 hours. There we go. Okay, so yeah, so cops holding cops accountable, and some stories about trans rights being stripped away primarily in the United States, and then some other stories. So this is from Desmond Cole, who is part of The Breach. The police lies put Umar Zamir in jail, where he missed the birth of his daughter. Zamir then faced a trial based on bogus evidence before being found not guilty. After his verdict, Chief Demkew infamously said the Toronto police were hoping for a different outcome. So I covered this story way back when, but basically Umar Zamir, was in a parking garage with his young child and pregnant wife when some people approached his vehicle yelling at him with guns. Turns out that they were plainclothes officers, but according to Umar, they didn't identify themselves and he thought his family was under attack by some people with guns. And in his rush to escape, one of the officers was struck and killed by his vehicle. So he had to go to court for that. Doug Ford was very vocal, saying that this guy should be found guilty and all that sort of stuff. Then the police chief also said that they were hoping for a different outcome, making their biases very known. And Umar was found not guilty because all the evidence presented and stuff said, yeah, he had no way of knowing that they were cops if they didn't identify themselves properly, and he thought his family was in danger. And in this country, you can use reasonable force, and it's not like he intentionally drove over someone. He wasn't like trying to ram over them. It was just a horrible, tragic accident in his desire to flee. Now, if this had been like a home invader and the homeowner shot to death the invader, Doug Ford would be great, good. But here we had somebody who was trying to save and protect his family from people with guns, and Doug Ford is saying bad. You see how it goes? He's not very consistent. He only wants to back up the cops in this, and also encourage people to be more violent, and we'll get to that in just a little bit. So here we have Ontario police clear 3 cops accused of lying at trial that follows officer's death. So yeah, there were some officers that were accused of lying by the judge, and so apparently the OPP have cleared them. So 3 Toronto police officers accused of colluding to lie during the first-degree murder trial of a man charged with killing their colleague have been cleared of misconduct following a probe by the Ontario Provincial Police. What? You mean the Toronto police were cleared by the Ontario Provincial Police? Huh. That's shocking. But a lawyer for Umar Zamir is criticizing the investigation, telling CP24 that the OPP relied on analysis from a collision reconstructionist whose conclusions were not scrutinized in court. The 55-page report released to the public Tuesday, the OPP laid out his investigation into the testimony provided by these people here. And Jeffrey Northrup was the officer struck and killed. I have a couple articles on it. Yeah. So the OPP raises significant concerns about the collision. And then some people saying, well, he was standing, he was in the way, it was all this and that and the other thing. But the thing is that it wasn't made public, this OPP investigation into the Toronto police. Their crash reconstruction wasn't made public, so people can't scrutinize it to see if it's accurate. So Umar Zamir's lawyer called for a public inquiry after Doug Ford police cast doubt on acquittal. Oh, right. I think there was this at the bottom. It's not at the bottom of this one. Basically, Doug Ford is saying that the judge should apologize now that these cops have been let off. Yeah. So OPP Commissioner Thomas, that name, defended the force's investigation report on Thursday. The lawyer for a man acquitted in a high-profile Toronto murder trial where a police officer was killed is calling for a public inquiry into the secretive process behind a recent Ontario Provincial Police report that re-examines evidence from the trial. Umar Zamir's lawyer, Nader Hassan, said at a news conference Thursday that the OPP and Toronto Police Service must publicly release the purported accident reconstruction report to restore faith in those police agencies. We anticipated nothing good, but what we got was far worse, he said. These types of reviews invariably range from the inadequate to outright whitewashing. He said he wants to set the record straight in a chilling moment in the Canadian justice system. Police services investigating one another creates an intolerable institutional conflict of interest, Hassan said. Utter incompetence in the OPP, says lawyer. The long-awaited OPP report released on Tuesday found Toronto Police Service officers involved in the investigation the 2021 death of Jeffrey did not lie. It also said significant concerns with collusion theories posed by two separate expert witnesses in Zamir's trial, including a Toronto police officer, which were ultimately accepted by both the jury and the trial's judge. The OPP reconstruction of the scene using evidence the TPS reconstructed and defense engineer did not identify or note concluded that Northrop was standing in front of Umar Zamir's vehicle when it plowed him along the ground, said the report. Again, they're not showing us the evidence of this. The report, which was requested by Toronto Police Chief Myron Demke, comes years after Northrop was struck and killed by a vehicle by Zamir. And so this happened in 2021. They be holding a grudge. Hassan said the Toronto police tried to railroad an innocent man and that Demke had the audacity to question the trial's verdict. The OPP's work also amounts to utter incompetence or something far worse. And the only way to restore the public faith in police agencies is through an independent inquiry, he said. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, he said, adding evidence was heavily scrutinized throughout the trial process and that prosecutors chose not to appeal the acquittal. This is not a fresh investigation. It's advocacy on the part of the police dressed up as fresh investigation, he said. Zamir, who was charged with first-degree murder, pleaded not guilty and testified he didn't know Northrop was his partner, who were in plain clothes during the incident, were police officers. He was acquitted in 2024, and that was after missing the birth of his child. Toronto Police Chief recommits to complete transparency. Okay. Lawyers share why OPP haven't shared new evidence. The OPP report did not reveal any new evidence, and the theory presented is a shameful embarrassment, said Hassan. Just trying to get down to... Here we go. Demand for judge apology, absolutely Trumpian lawyer. The judge in Zamir trials was called on to apologize to the witness officers who she accused of possible collusion by Premier Doug Ford Wednesday and Toronto Police Association President Clayton Campbell Tuesday. It is absolutely Trumpian, said Hassan, adding the only apology that's owed is one from Ford and Danielle for trying to undermine the administration of justice and the sanctity of criminal trials. Hassan added Zamir has not sued yet. Doing so would keep the story in the public eye longer and won't give Zamir or Northrup's family the closure to move on, said Hassan. He said Zamir was not consulted at any point in the OPP investigation. And then, yeah, independent thing. But yeah, having Doug Ford out there saying the judge should now apologize after the police chief called on the OPP to redo the results. Meanwhile, hundreds of Ontario cases tossed, compromised after police officers violated charter rights, says a report. So they're all focused on this one case. Meanwhile, hundreds of Ontario cases tossed, compromised after police officers violated charter rights. This problem is systemic. Charges were tossed or evidence was excluded from Ontario court proceedings hundreds of times over the past decade due to police officers in urban areas violating the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, a new report examined more than 600 cases have found. A report on so-called Sunil, an adjunct law professor at Western University, said in an interview after the report's release Wednesday that people accused of criminal offenses are frequently walking free because of violations by officers in Toronto, Ottawa, and Peel, York, and Durham regions. Police have a tough job, but they can still get the bad guys without breaching the charter, he said. This is especially the case when officers deliberately violate the charter or were negligent or where the courts have flagged the systemic issue. The research looked at 627 Ontario court rulings between January 1st, 2015 and May 31st, 2025, in which police officers were found to have violated charter rights more than 1,000 times. The report said 70% of cases, evidence was excluded, proceedings were stayed, or a sentence was reduced, something the researchers argue undermines public trust and harms victims. The person noted the research did not look at cases in which suspect was not charged or the Crown decided to withdraw charges. He said police forces, oversight agencies, and provincial and federal governments must do more in response to rights violations by officers. To enhance public trust, legitimacy, and safety, there must be monitoring, accountability, transparency, and independent oversight. For starters, prosecutors should report charter violations to police chiefs so services can conduct investigations. Police services and boards should track violations, report on them annually, and publicly review policies, procedures, training on the report. Okay, just want to get to... So some of the cases. So the analysis found 11 cases where police officers in Toronto and Peel region lied or gave false testimony, he said, including 6 cases involved multiple officers doing so. He said courts excluded evidence or granted a stay to 10 of those cases. He says researchers also found 15 cases in which Toronto and Peel police officers conducted unlawful investigations into alleged child sexual exploitation, and courts excluded reliable evidence from trial based on officer violated the charter in 11 of those cases. So people who have sexually exploited children got off the hook because the police violated their charter rights instead of doing their job. But Doug Ford's all upset about one case. So in a 2022 example, he said evidence of child sexual exploitation material was thrown out in Ontario Superior Court of Justice decision after Peel police deliberately exceeded the limits of a search warrant by staging a fake delivery and searching areas of that home they had no authority to search. So police still could have they can still do their job without violating people's rights, which leads to people who are most likely guilty getting off scot-free. Police overreach and disregard for a charter have undermined the integrity of prosecutions, he said, adding that it has put the safety of children at risk. Now there's this. After nearly 8 years in power, Premier Doug Ford has become increasingly concerned about growing crime rates in his province. And this is from Colin DeMello of Global News. This has led to new calls for residents to essentially take self-defense into their own hands. So, crime is exploding under Doug Ford, and what does he say? Shoot people, kill people, load them up with bullets. Ford said it's not unlawful to carry a knife. It is. The province is advocating for pepper spray for personal use, warning that without them, women could be at risk in Ontario. Maybe make it so women aren't at risk in Ontario. Ford is calling on homeowners with weapons to use them when under attack. And this is a little bit more of that clip. So Premier Doug Ford congratulates Vaughan homeowner for shooting suspect during home invasion. Should have shot him a couple more times, Ford says. Canadian self-defense laws have limits. If the action was disproportionate or used more force than was necessary, an individual could still face charges. So basically, Ford here is just telling people to commit murder. If someone breaks into your home, you have a right to defend yourself within reason. So, as I've explained before, if somebody breaks into my home and I use a baseball bat and hit them over the head and that person dies in the first blow, I will most likely not be charged because adrenaline, I didn't know all that sort of stuff. However, if somebody breaks in my home and I hit them over the head with the baseball bat and they just fall to the ground unconscious, and then I go over to them and continue to bash them over the head until their skull cracks open and they are dead, then I am at fault. I then just murdered someone because after they were unconscious on the ground, they were no longer a threat. Also, there's reason, it has to be within reason, and this is in the law. So yes, you can use deadly force to protect yourself in this country. You just can't make your home the purge should somebody step onto your property. And this type of thing saves lives because there's a lot of people who accidentally go into the wrong home, drunk neighbor, or a teenager coming home late at night, or an unexpected visitor from a family member. Down in the States, all of those have led to people's deaths because people just shoot first. Even a pregnant wife followed her husband out of the bedroom in the middle of the night, and the husband didn't know, turned around and shot her to death. This is a real thing. Sometimes people break into homes because they're desperate and they need money, and so they're looking for things to steal, but they have no intention of actually harming anyone. Do they deserve to die? You can't rehabilitate the dead. So a lot of people who are just at a really low point in their life, who need help, will just be executed.
Congratulations. Yeah, I'm glad you shot the guy. Teach us the rest of these robbers, and I encourage everyone out there that's a legal gun owner. Someone's going to come in and try to kill you and kill your family.
He's making a huge assumption here that if anybody just breaks into your home, that's their goal, when it absolutely is not. And again, could be a drunk neighbor. So he's just saying that the default motive is they're trying to kill you, therefore you get to kill them. If you follow this advice, you could end up in jail.
Remember, it was just last week, Jamie, one guy got shot because he was trying to protect his kids. Well, these guys, they need to be shot, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, they need to be murdered.
Coming through the front door to hurt your family. I'll never forget the one family.
Again, we don't know if the family was actually under threat.
That the man was protecting his 4-year-old kid and his child, I should say, and there was 3 other children there and his wife, and they assassinated him right in front of his kids. These ruthless, they need to rot in jail for the rest of their lives. Congratulations for shooting this guy. Should have shot him a couple more times as far as I'm concerned.
Congratulations.
Just disgusting, disgusting rhetoric. So he's like, okay, yeah, you were under threat. Shoot him dead, shoot him so dead. But if it's a plainclothes police officer and you're trying to protect your family, then you should be in prison. If you had no idea this person was a cop and you were trying to protect your pregnant wife and young child, then you should be in jail. But if you were in your home and somebody broke in, then you should just be allowed to murder them. Just horrible, horrible attitude. Okay, so moving on to the last bit of this docket, which is around trans-related stories for the most part. So here we have, I covered a lot. So last Tuesday, for the part that I was actually live streaming, I covered a lot of stories in the news about trans folks, in particular in Kentucky, where they were revoking the driver's licenses of trans folks, like immediately. Not even like a letter notification. Well, no, they got the letter notification, but they could have just mailed them the new driver's license. But no, they get a letter notification saying that they have to go get a new driver's license. How are they supposed to get to that place? Because if they're caught, then they could get a huge fine or go to jail. And if they go to jail, they're going to be forced into the prison under the sex they were assigned at birth, which endangers trans folks drastically. Well, Tennessee also has something. So Tennessee Republicans advance bill that will create a public list of state's trans people. How Bill 754 forces medical providers to hand trans people's medical information over to the state, allowing the state to identify them. And under the bill, the data will be released to the public. So yesterday, Tennessee Republicans voted unanimously to advance anti-trans House Bill 754, sponsored by outgoing Republican Jeremy Fashion. HB 754 has been framed as a way to force insurance companies to provide coverage of detransition procedures if they cover gender-affirming care. This idea isn't new. Last year, Texas passed a law mandating insurance coverage of detransition care. In Utah, a similar bill, HB 2858, is currently awaiting the government's signature, having already passed both legislative chambers. But speaking at a House hearing, Fashion departed from the narrative surrounding insurance companies and characterized it as an individual burden, as well as stating that the bill aims to make it so that if you want your insurance the ability to transition, you have to buy insurance that will also pay for detransition. So anyone who buys insurance for wanting to transition will suddenly now have to also pay more to have insurance. Like, in other words, it will force transgender Tennesseans to pay for coverage of detransition care that they will likely never need, extra coverage that will unnecessarily drive up their health care costs. However, this is far from the worst thing HB 754 aims to do, because unlike other detransition coverage bills, Fashion attempting to use this one for a much more sinister purpose. The bill would establish what Fashion calls a right to public transparency surrounding gender-affirming care, which mandates that providers report statistics regarding all gender transition procedures to the Tennessee Department of Health. Some of these requirements are seemingly generic enough. Through a form developed by department, a provider would require the report the date on which a patient received transition procedures, the age and biological sex of the recipient, and information regarding the prescription or surgery. Aside from these requirements, the bill would also impose a few more. First, a gender-affirming care provider would be required to report the state and county of residence of the person receiving the gender transition procedure. On top of this, each form must also include prescribing doctor's name, contact information, and medical specialty. Finally, the bill also requires that providers submit a list of any diagnosis that a trans person has received of neurological, behavior, or mental health conditions. To wrap it all up, This data will be made readily available to the public via a comprehensive annual statistical report published on the DOH website. If this is beginning to sound like it violates trans people's medical privacy, it's because it does. Under HIPAA, which sets medical privacy standards in the United States, providers are prohibited from disclosing any individual identifier health information that identifies the individual for which there is reasonable basis to believe it can be used to identify the individual. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, this is defined to include a person's county of residence and all elements of dates except year, for dates directly related to individuals, so on and so forth. So this bill requirements conflict with the definition rather explicitly. Aside from mandating the collection of county-level treatment data, the bill requires that providers report the date on which a person receives gender-affirming care, implying a specific date rather than just a year, something else HIPAA aims to protect. Furthermore, a person's entire mental health diagnosis history is also considered identifiable. So there's a lot more here. Tossing it into the sandbox for people who want to read the rest of it. So Pink News also covered this a little bit. So it would create a public list of trans residents. So the only reason why I'm including this one, because the article I just put in the sandbox was far more detailed, was I was looking over this and I'm like, excuse me, what? Read more. GOP candidate for governor of Tennessee wants to execute the parents of trans kids. This was from January 30th. GOP candidate for governor of Tennessee wants to execute the parents of trans kids. Tennessee Republican Monty Fritz has been widely condemned this week after he openly called for the state to execute parents and guardians of transgender youngsters. The 62-year-old gubernatorial candidate made the shocking remarks during a guest spot on Christian National podcast earlier this week. They're not hiding it. They're just flat out saying that they want to execute people in regards to trans care. We live in a world where, in the United States, where they're not hiding it at all. And you think this person got in trouble for it? So a clip shared by the anti-fascist group Right Wing Watch on Thursday, January 29, sees Fritz not only call for the state-funded execution of trans and non-binary children's parents, but of anyone who helps provide life-saving gender-affirming care to under 18s, such as doctors. I think we need a law in Tennessee that would allow for capital punishment for those who commit an assault on the sanctity of life, he said in the 40-second clip. I think anyone who would try to disfigure a child through hormones or surgery, you might be eligible to capital punishment. I know it's going to make people's ears ring, but that's a gross, great sin, he had. In the U.S., gender-affirming care for trans youth typically refers to puberty suppressant medication, commonly called puberty blockers. They are widely considered to be safe and, in some cases, life-saving among most major medical institutions. Virtually no trans under 18s have undergone invasive gender-affirming surgeries, despite false claims from Republican lawmakers that they are common. A 2024 Harvard study found that cisgender minors are far more likely to undergo gender-affirming surgeries than their trans peers. Fritz's comments were made in reaction to backlash that arose earlier this month after he was heard leaked in an audio recording calling for capital punishment to be used against people who had undergone or provided an abortion. He made the remarks last August while attending a Washington County Republican Party meeting entitled God, Guns, and Guts, according to journalist Rachel Wells. The GOP lawmaker has garnered numerous controversies since September last year. He announced his intention to run in 2026 Tennessee gubernatorial election. Less than a month following his announcement, Fritz faced backlash for opposing an expansion to the state private school scholarship program to reach more applicants from lower income backgrounds. If I get elected, I plan to suspend it or end it, he said, according to Tennessee Lookout, calling the move fiscally irresponsible. Tennessee is a political stronghold for the Republican Party, which holds the vast majority of the state's congressional seats. In June 2025, the Supreme Court voted to uphold the state's law banning gender-affirming care for trans youngsters. The decision was branded a painful setback by many within the community. These are the monsters running for government in the United States. Meanwhile, we have this, which is just chum to these right-wingers. Somebody who is lying about detransitioning for fame, for who knows, like who knows if this person is being paid or what, but there's a tell in what this person says that they obviously don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So this is the video. Watch detransitioner tells California State Assembly how his body fell apart after being put on estrogen and puberty blockers at the age of 13. Did you catch that right there? Being put on estrogen and puberty blockers at the age of 13. We'll get back to it in just a second, but this is what this person had to say.
I just wanted to be normal and loved. When I was 12, I found trans influencers online who looked like me as kids. They said, change your body and your life gets better. And I thought that's my way out. At 13, my doctors told my mom she had a daughter, not a son. He told her 60% of
The children in these cases have to be the ones to advocate for it, and they usually have to advocate hard. And far more trans children don't get the care they need because they don't live in supportive families. No doctor is telling parents your child is trans. It is not a thing.
He had a daughter, not a son. He told her 60% of trans kids kill themselves if they don't undergo sex-rejecting interventions. That wasn't true. But my mom loved me and followed the doctor's advice. The doctor told me I was too feminine to find love as a man and that gay men don't want someone like me.
Plenty of gay men out there like feminine gay men. Or feminine men, just saying.
That I needed to change my body if I wanted to find a husband. I was put on estrogen and blockers at the age of 13 and my...
So here he says I was put on estrogen and blockers. At the age of 13.
Body fell apart. Nipple leakage, brain fog, chest pain, depression. I was urinating blood and had ulcers in my bladder and was too weak to attend school.
And that doesn't happen when people are put on hormones. I went through puberty with estrogen and I didn't have nipple leakage. I had menstrual blood, but I didn't piss blood.
When I told my doctor how sick I was, he looked at me and said, welcome to womanhood. What they were doing has a name. It's called transing the gay away, and there's nothing wrong with being gay. This bill forces insurance companies to fund this cruel homophobia. It continues the lie that some children are born in the wrong body. Vote no.
Some people are born trans, but as India here points out, usual lying from the transgender critical movement. Let me walk Twitter bozos through this. Puberty blockers block hormones. You are not prescribed hormones at the same time. Can you guess why? Let me think. Lies. Yeah, you do not get prescribed both puberty blockers and hormones at the same time. Just how does that need to be explained to people? That you don't get both of those at the same time? Because puberty blockers are designed to block the hormones. And so if you then get put onto hormones, the same time you get put onto puberty blocker, it's lies. And I don't know why this person is lying, what kind of incentive, but I know that the right wing will take any story like this and run with it like the litter boxes in schools. They don't do any critical thinking of it. They don't look any further into it other than this person is saying what I want to hear about this movement so that I can trash it. That's all this is. And here's another example of how trans people are being hurt by people who aren't trans, but using it as some sort of guise. Like, again, I don't know why this person would be lying about this sort of thing, but I do know why a sex offender might lie about it. So India here is also pointing out, it's not a common thing for child sex offenders to suddenly declare a trans identity before jail. It's a cynical last gasp ploy to get what they believe is a softer option. This seems to be the same. Sadly, for real trans people, newsrooms have neither the will nor sophistication to appreciate what is going on here. While I think they are right to use he, him in this particular story, they will use it as justification for calling actual trans people the wrong pronoun, even though this individual almost certainly isn't trans. Trans women with gender dysphoria tend not to have beards as the mugshot. And of course, the transgender critical movement will use this person as an example of why all trans people are dangerous, even though they're not trans. This is, again, this just puts trans folks in so much more danger when you have people like this. So Met Special Constable found guilty of what you see on the screen there that I don't want to, yeah. So found guilty of that with a child. So James Budd, who now is identifies as a woman named Gwen Samuels, groomed one of his two victims online before sexually assaulting her when she was just 12 years old. The 27-year-old from, okay, like we don't need to know the details other than right at sentencing, all of a sudden he's like, yeah, I'm trans, because he doesn't want to go to a male prison because he knows if he does, he's going to get fucked up. But, this is just, again, it's obviously an attempt by this person, and then it puts people who are actually trans in danger. So as this person points out, when Kevin Spacey was accused of sexually assaulting Anthony Rapp, he announced that he was gay. He was hugely criticized for seemingly using his sexuality to try to distract from the accusation. This police officer, who spoke a lot about the powers he had in the Met, or a special constable, acted male in 2018, acted male in the 5 years of their on-off relationship, acted male during most of the trial. It was only during sentencing that they transitioned. Most trans people spend ages transitioning. Most doctors recommend living in their affirmed gender for at least 3 months to over a year before starting hormone therapy to ensure confidence in their decision. That's self-identification, and that's not what appears to have happened here. I don't think most people realize that. Why would they? This person may be transgender and a danger to women, but they are not a danger to women because they are transgender. The key point is that you are a very significant risk to women. Judge Cooper said this is not predicated on your trans status, but on your criminal status. I feel sorry for the victims, for the women, for the trans community that has to put up with this, and for anyone who feels unsafe when they may have only seen the headline. Yeah, so they're making this story about him claiming to be trans versus the fact that he is an abuser of children. And then they use this to say all trans people are bad. And that if there's a trans woman, then she shouldn't be locked up in prison with other women because she's a danger. Even though all the women that she'd be locked up with are adults. And all women, trans and cis, in prison they're at risk from the guards, from male employees of the prisons. In the United States, there was one prison that allowed male prisoners to go into the female areas to sexually assault them. It's not the very few trans women in the prisons that people need to be worried about. And so when you have people like this just come around and try to use transgender as a way of, seeking a lighter sentence or going to a different prison so they're not at risk, it puts all trans people at risk. And then the right wing just pounces on it and doesn't think critically about it at all. It's just disturbing. Anyway. What's happening these days? It's, yeah. Anyway. On to the SandBox. Let's see. John Davis gives someone a badge and they think they're above the law. Well, they tend to be. Cops are allowed to assault and commit crimes that if any civilian were to do, they'd be arrested for. Grand Theft Autobot, we investigated ourselves and cleared ourselves of any wrongdoing. Say the police, yeah. Soul Life, I call it the Judge Dredd complex. BCAT 4 cheese pasta is good. Hey, don't eat my headphones. Come on. Come here. There we go. There we go. He doesn't actually seem to squirm as much when I have him on his back like this when I'm holding him. John Davis, avoid Tennessee. Yeah. The Wild West. I got leakage from taking an antipsychotic, lol. Yeah. Reality is, if puberty blockers or hormones cause that sort of side effects, we'd be hearing a lot more about it. Because that ain't womanhood, what they described. You and your big paws giving me air muffins. Soul Life, they're stealing from Anna's womanhood. Yeah. The Wild West, what's the motivation? Why do they not understand that after trans it will be the gays? Figure it out, buddy. Yeah. It's never just about trans folks. It always expands. They want to get rid of the ability for same-sex marriages in the United States, among other things. And then it's taking the rights away from women. They have the vote thing down in the States right now where your name has to match your name on your birth certificate, but a lot of women who are married don't have that. And yeah. Oh well, it's getting pretty late, and I plan on going to the gym tomorrow morning. So I need to get to bed, unwind a little bit, and then go to bed. Hi. I didn't make it all 3 days that I wanted to go last week because on Friday there was freezing rain in my area in the morning, and I didn't want to drive in that. So I'm going to go 4 days this week to get caught up because I'm really wanting to get back into shape. But yeah, Wednesday Minuet will be on this space at 4 p.m. Eastern, so check that out. Also, the following Wednesday, I'll be on this space, and it happens to be the 1st of April on that day. April 1st, I'll be on this space at 4 p.m. Eastern. I strongly recommend you make the time to watch it. But yeah, other than that, I'm just going to be working on the TYT essay. I put together some more bits of it, and so yeah, just working away on that. The sooner I get that done, the better. I didn't get any responses from people earlier in the stream when I said, one person kind of gave some feedback that it might be best to do it all in one weekend because people don't have patience. So right now, my video essay about TYT will be at a minimum 2, broken into 2 categories. Might be 3 at this point, could even go as many as 4, just given how much I'm putting into it, how long it's going to be. So the options are, originally what I was planning is dropping it on one weekend. So like Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And then after each one will be a live stream for a Q&A. Because I just kind of wanted it all out there. No time for Jank and Anna to reply. Just get it out there, done, brush my hands of it. The other option would be to release it one segment per week for a few weeks. So every Saturday for like 3 or 4 weeks in a row. The advantages there are more people might see the first ones and then want to see the second ones. They have time to watch them in order, that sort of thing. But I'm just worried about weird pushback in between and stuff. Again, I want it out. I don't want to second guess myself. I just kind of want to like jump off the ledge as opposed to second guessing it. But for viewership, it might be better to do it one a week. So in the SandBox, put a 1 if you think I should just do a bender and have it all in one weekend, or put a 2 if you think I should space it out by weeks. Oh, right. I should check to see if there's anyone that I regularly watch who is live right now. Let's see. Hey! Chewing on a cord. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone live right now that I normally watch, so. So I'm getting some 1s. I don't know Galactic News Network, Looney Tunes. So I do have to be familiar with it, and they could be good, they could be not good. I don't know. I just been so overwhelmed with so much content that it's hard for me to switch on to a new news type channel. So Grand Theft Autobot, if that doctor really said those things to that child, then the doctor needs to be sued for malpractice. Yep. And they could do that if it was real. In fact, I'm sure they could start a GoFundMe that would cover all the court costs and everything if it was real, but they're not going to do it because it wasn't real. Soul Life says Netflix style, which would be it all at once. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I'm tired, so I need to wrap things up so that I can get ready to go to the gym tomorrow. So thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Please, if you can, become a patron. It really helps the channel. Become a member. It really helps the channel. You can also help out by clicking on the Amazon wish list and seeing if there's anything there that you can help, purchase things for my art studio for my kitty cats, or just to make me happy. I recently had to update the address because Amazon is going to start giving out my address to random strangers, so I had to go get a flex delivery. So it's being delivered to a post office and not my home. So I need to see if that works, but somebody needs to buy something from it first, so I know. But unfortunately, you won't know for a while because it might take them a few days to contact me to let me know a package has arrived, and then I need to get the time to go there. So we'll see. But with all of that, check me out on the social medias, subscribe to my new YouTube channel, Sandy Lovis, for art writing and all things creative. I will eventually put more content on there. Anyway, with all of that, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.